Hello, everyone. Hello, and hello, and hello. Welcome to my platform. Thank you for being here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Come on in and welcome. Thank you guys for being here. Welcome, welcome, and welcome. Oh, I know what I didn't do. Thank you guys for being here. Come on in, come on in. Hi, everyone. Hi, guys. Welcome to my platform. This is going to be a message for the collective. Collective, my messages are timeless, so when you see them is when you're meant to hear them. Please don't forget to like, comment, share, subscribe. Also, please don't forget to hit the post notification so you can get alerts when my videos are posted. If you're new to my platform, welcome. Please hit that subscription button. It would totally mean the world to me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Come on in, everyone. Come on in. I love you and good morning. Grand Rising, Bismillah, Rich Rising, whatever you say. Come on in and let's go ahead and have a great day. And all I hear is the sun. Thank you for sunshine. Thank you for rain. Thank you for joy. Thank you for pain. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. Hey, no matter where we are, it's a beautiful day. Lots of wonderful things happening. Just lots of things happening, period. But they always want you to focus on the negative of a situation. So we're not going to do that. I'm going to wait for a couple more people to come in. I'm going to go ahead and do our morning prayers. And then I got something that I want to play for you guys. So we're going to do first and foremost Surah. Hi, Miss Kelly. Surah Al-Fatiha. We're going to do that one first. And it is, in the name of Allah, the most compassionate, most merciful. All praises for Allah, Lord of all worlds, the most compassionate, most merciful, Master of the day of judgment. You alone we worship. You alone we ask for help. Guide us along the straight path, the path of those you have blessed, not those you are displeased with or those who are astray, because we don't want to be with them. Thank you. Amen. Why did I do that? RJ, you have a wonderful day. I love you.
I love you too. See you later.
See you later. All right, so we have Psalms 91. Whoever dwells in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty. I will say of the Lord, He is my refuge and my fortress, my God in whom I trust. Surely He will save you from the fowler's snare and from the deadly pestilence. He will cover you with His feathers, and under His wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness will be your shield and rapport. You will not fear the terror of the night, nor the arrows that fly by day, nor the pestilence that stalks in the darkness, nor the plague that destroys at midday. 1,000 may fall at your side, 10,000 at your right hand, but it will not come near you. You will only observe with your eyes and see the punishment of the wicked. If you say, the Lord is my refuge, and you make the Most High your dwelling, no harm will overtake you. No disaster will come near your tent, for He will command His angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways. They will lift you up in their hands so that you will not strike your foot against a stone. You will tread on the lion and the cobra. You will trample the great lion and the serpent. Because He loves me, says the Lord, I will rescue him. I will protect him, for he acknowledges my name. He will call on me and I will answer him. I will be with him in trouble. I will deliver him and honor him. With long life, I will satisfy him and show him my salvation. Amen. Take it how it resonates. Whatever prayer you like, go with that. Because my favorite of all favorites is, matter of fact, I'm going to have to do two. Because for some reason, the prayer of Jabez is popping into my spirit. And whatever you going with, prayer changes things. So know that. Because I got to show y'all something. And, we're going to have to pray about it. All right. So, prayer of Jabez. Oh, that you would bless me indeed and enlarge my territory, that your hand would be with me and that you would keep me from evil so I may not cause pain. God granted him what he wanted and what he needed. You only heard of him one time in the Bible. His mother called him Jabez because she bore him in pain, which says something about your name what you were given, right? All right, so we're going to start with that. Your name is your birthright. All right. Secondly, the Lord's Prayer. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil, because thine is the kingdom, power, and the glory forever and ever. Amen. All right, so we're going to put in prayer, because prayer is important. Prayer changes things, right? Now, we also have to put in committed to memory. Why? Commitment to memory. All right, so this is the thing. Because it's giving woke energy, but it's also giving putting you back to sleep, right? All right. So everybody may pray however they want to pray, right? And so this is the thing. Closed mouths don't get fed. So I'm going to put that in there. All right. So that means, comma, if you want something, you have to ask for it, right? Miss Kelly, I'll be right there in 1 minute, all right? So we just going to go with, I'll come over there in 1 minute. Closed mouths don't get fed. So when I put my hands like this to pray, now some things are, several different things are crossing my mind. So this is the thing. Somebody would say that this is a closed thing and this is an open thing. Body language is important. We have to remember that. Thank you for being here. So I'm going to put that. Body language is important. Mind you, just so y'all know, everything that I'm giving y'all right now is just coming in right now, because I have something else to tell y'all that I came with, but apparently this is more important, so take it how it resonates. All right, so this would give an open energy, right? This is open to receive. So I'm gonna put that, because I don't want to forget any of this. All right. Body language is a language, just so y'all know, regardless of whether or not, because do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? You can hear me talking, right? So languages. Now, verbal is one thing. Body language is another thing. Verbal language, and then we got body language. All right, there's also something about sign language, because I talk with my hands, right? But mind you, there's some things. So if I do this, everybody understands that that's the sign I love you. You know, I love you, right? So we're going to put nonverbal languages, all right? Body language, non-verbal. All right. I don't know what this falls under, because the way I'm getting it is this. I told y'all that I thought something one day and it manifested into this reality, into this realm. I also told y'all that I thought something one day, and the minute I thought it, God checked my thoughts, like instantly, like, hold on, little mama, we not going to do that. All right. Mind you, even the fact of me using that term, little mama, is a thing. So I'm also going to put that, because it's like a nickname or something, because somebody used to call me that. All right. So what is the thought? What is that? Is that thoughts? Just thoughts? Because it's a language, but it's like unspoken. But I already got nonverbal, but it's not the same. It's almost like somebody poker. You gotta know when to hold 'em, know when to fold 'em, know when to walk away, know when to run. So you gotta have a poker face, right? So it's almost like is that expression? Okay, so I'm gonna put facial expression because expression could also be another thing, right? So we're gonna put expressions. And then, walk with me because y'all know we'll be going somewhere, but right now don't know where. All right, so the way it is also a thing. So yesterday, there was a video that came up, and y'all have to check this for yourself, but for all intents purposes, we know that gravity being a thing, so gravity is important. All right, but gravity can be so many different things. It could be the gravity of a situation. So after I'm done with this, I'm gonna go look up what gravity, how many different definitions gravity can have, and the etymology of gravity, because it's talking about the gravity of a situation, but I'm gonna write this down because I don't want it to get mixed up in that. This is the other thing. So this is even important because I took that word out of everything else. So that means it's being put to the side. But the reason why gravity came in is because as we're walking on a daily basis, we're being affected by the gravity, of the universe, of the atmosphere, right? I'm gonna put atmosphere because that's also important apparently. ATMOSPH. Okay. PHERE. All right, atmosphere being important. All right, so this may be weird, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Take it how it resonates, but there's a thing about women right now here at this moment in time that I've been seeing their vaginas falling out. Okay, so vaginas reference divine feminine or fertility. But the thing about this is I've never heard of that before, but now it's in record numbers. I seen a video one day, a girl was at church, she was, doing the church thing, getting her praise on, vagina fell out. Another thing, another girl, so why ever that would be happening, and I said it right, why ever that would be happening right now would be based off of something that they have done. All right, because we have to be mindful that no matter what, when a trend starts to happen in life, it's because something was directed or something has been done in order for that thing to be even relevant. Okay, so take it how it resonates, but that would represent divine feminine. Okay, and fertility. Okay, so we just gonna put that. Fertility. All right, so listen, because how all this started was it's gravity, right? But the thing is, it's about a prayer and a blessing. So don't forget that, because I want to take it to the beginning. It was about a prayer and a blessing. This is how this whole thing started. Now, when in Christianity, and be mindful that we're still talking about 5 things. I know there's more holy books than that, but we're still talking about 5 things. We were talking about the Bible, the Quran, the Kabbalion, the Torah, and Tarot. All right. So, in many references, when growing up, they teach you to kneel down and pray like this, right? So, I need to know the body language of what a prayer, of a Christian prayer looks like, right? Also, we talking about a manifestation, so we got to remember that. But mind you, not a manifestation that y'all will be thinking of, because people will say they're trying to manifest something into this realm. No, a manifestation is a thing that basically gets brought into. So same scenario, different words, but also healing manifested because of a thing. So a video appeared to me yesterday, and it is basically the way when you, it's the prostration of when you do a prayer from the Quran, right? And I don't know about the Torah or the Kabbalion yet, so we'll see. Anyway, so the video was talking about, and I ain't nobody's doctor or nothing, but how gravity, when you bring your head down to do a prayer, because it's getting in front of God, the fact of the matter is that when you bring your head down below your heart, it instantly starts healing, right? So look it up for yourself. I ain't nobody's doctor, but this is also a thing. But it's also about the blood, because that's the thing. The blood, the blood, the blood. And this is why I keep saying it's like a sandwich, all right, with everything that's happening. Okay, so what do I want to put in here? I want to put healing. All right. So then, for all intents purposes, I'm gonna leave it there for 5 seconds, only because I want to add whatever else comes up. So collective message for today. Today carries the energy of recalibration, not dramatic endings, but quiet connections. Many people are feeling a slowdown, hesitation, or emotional pause. This is not blockage. This is realignment. Now, for people who or biblically da 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 da. Okay, so first of all, we're gonna start with this. Yesterday I was watching Ancient Aliens, right? Don't know why I started watching that. Yes, I do. I was doing my son's hair, right? You know, fixing his antennas. And normally when I'm fixing somebody's hair in his house, we got to remember energy transfer and things of this nature. So anyway, I started watching history, like the History Channel. Ancient Aliens was on there. And so as I'm watching it, I started to now realize with everything that I know now, right, about his story and how historians has classified the earth and the world, right? And as I'm listening to it and watching it, it's making me kind of irritated, because I'm saying it's sad that they only gave them a certain amount of information. Because if a historian is trying to place the world, you know, the ages in this and a third, at a certain particular point in time, they only can use the information that they have. And so there was this piece. It looked like, y'all know what a dozer looks like? It's a big machine that picks up, it like scoops. It's like maybe an excavator also. It could be that. Let me put these words, because excavator is a thing. Anyway, so there was this piece, and it looked like the piece, it would be like one of the forks, right? And so on the bucket, it's these little pieces that have like a scooping ability. So it's mechanically the way it's designed. Anyway, they found this piece like this. It's about this size, but it has these perfect holes and things in it. Now, what it looks like is the forks from a dozer. Like it would go under the dirt. It would flip the stuff back. They would pull the bucket back, and it would fall inside of the bucket, right? So somehow they carbon dated this thing back to, you know, some period in time, right? Now, remember, I said I was watching Ancient Aliens on the History Channel, so this is one of the things. So there's this guy, and he's going through, and he's basically trying to figure out what this piece is. But mind you, this piece has been put inside of the British Museum, their storage. And it's in a box, and it's just thrown away because they don't know what it is, and they don't know how the placement would be, because they're saying carbon dating says this, and this amount, this shouldn't be, this material should not have been made during this time. Now, you know, the biggest lie that's ever been told is that, you know, this new earth is or because this is actually called the new earth, the old earth, the one that got destroyed, and then this was the new earth. And so then they're saying whatever the new world, the new one, but mind you, in the Quran it says worlds, and I said that's plural. In the Al-Fatiha, the Surah Al-Fatiha, it says worlds, that's plural, right? So as I'm listening, I'm like, this is not making any sense, because that clearly looks like the piece, and mind you, the holes are perfect, as if there was a bolt that went through there. Like, we can clearly see this, but because history has been so whatever, common sense is not telling them that it's this. All right, but this could also be a different piece, because what they were trying to say, since I'm watching Ancient Aliens, is the fact that it could be a leg, a landing leg to a ship, right? All right, so anyway, and I wish I could remember this place. I should have wrote it down. Anyway, in Britain or British or somewhere, there's this building that before the world, one of the wars, it was being used as a, they call it like a little compound. It looks like a little building, a little castle, this, that, and the third. Meanwhile, underground, it is a tunneling system, a building system that they used for production of, remember I said I'm watching Ancient Aliens? Okay, so apparently they think these people have an actual ship, and you know, when the guy that was investigating it, he went to this compound, it looks like an empty house, this, that, and the third, but mind you, it's not an empty house, because there is fencing all around, surveillance all around. It looks like very dilapidated, or like nobody's there, but mind you, the amount of security and surveillance around this place is astronomical. All right, so they're saying that it's a front for whatever the building is that is miles down the road, and mind you, whatever tunnel system that is underneath of this building goes to this building that's here, and then also buildings that is at that other building way miles and miles away, but it's acres of land. All right, so the man that was actually trying to help them, he actually works for, you know, the police and everybody there. So he didn't want to go nowhere near the building, which also told me something, right? All right, so the man that's investigating, the one that flew in from out of town, that is a part of this series, he goes and he gets close to the building. Mind you, looks like nothing there, looks like empty, you know, lot, da 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 da. But the amount of security system and everything that's there is crazy. All right, long story short, before he got anywhere near the building, the police was showing up, okay? Told him he got to go. All right, so just so y'all know, long story short, this amount of security also should let us know that this building, this situation is not, it's not that nobody's there. Mind you, this is one of the buildings that should have been turned over to the government after, you know, the particular war that happened. It should have been turned over to the government, but it wasn't. This is one of those things where these people are working independently from the people who are saying they run the place. That is important, okay? Because it's like an episode of one hand not letting the other hand know what they're doing. It's also a sign of, if shit starts to shake, I'm not responsible, because I technically didn't know, but meanwhile, I did know that it was something being done there. Because y'all know, like on when they don't want y'all to see certain things, even via satellite, which this world is supposed to be under, everybody knows, right? Everybody knows, but when they want to hide some stuff, they start even blocking out stuff in the satellites, right? So if you locate a system, like certain areas, you can't even get a satellite image over, because they don't want you knowing what's being done in these certain places, right? All right. So then it goes to, you know, something being done in Russia. All right. So Russia got a whole nother system going on, and y'all know how everybody that has a government, every country, they have, I guess, like no-fly zones, all this other good stuff, right? All right. So apparently Russia has their own, situation that's happening too. So there's some documentation, some paperwork, some other stuff that these people released, and it was to the tune of, because the public has the right to know. We live on this planet as well. So somehow the records got, and this is back to I think the British people, the records got released and sent to the museum or something. Before the documents even hit the building, chatter started. The documents never got into the public hands. They went into the building, straight up to a sealed floor. They started looking at them. All of a sudden, documentation and phone calls started happening, and documents and the paperwork went back to where they was. Public never saw them, okay? But mind you, they were supposed to be released to the public. Now, just so y'all know, there's documents and everything that are being released here, but there's documents that are not being released to the public, because it looks like, what do you call that thing when it's like a full disclosure? Okay, so we're going to type that. Full disclosure. It's supposed to be given, but there is no full disclosure in a situation. It's supposed to be, but it's not. Now, all right. So, I'm supposed to give you full disclosure, but I'm not, because there's only so many things that I can tell you, because your security clearance may or may not be at full level. Now, we talking about here on earth some things, but also we're talking about spiritual realm, because remember the other day, as I was going through asking about the pastors and the preachers and things of that nature who only hold the Bible, the regular Bible itself, they only teach from that. And remember, as I was, going through some stuff and looking it up, each scripture, and there's scriptures in the Bible that says it, there's scriptures in the Quran that says it, scriptures in the Kabbalion, or however they don't, and the Torah that says, each something maybe, a little similar, but it basically talks about the disclosure, because I was reading them. So if you wasn't here, you can go back and look at the other video, and I gave y'all the points where they was in every video, every book, where they were, that you have a responsibility, a due diligence to go and look for yourself. Seek and ye shall find. All right, the kingdom of God in you. All right, but the kingdom of God. All right, so you have a responsibility, even if it is not being fully disclosed. And sometimes you may hit a brick wall when it comes to certain things, but that's the way that they have the system designed. All right, so now we have to remember that, going back and forth, because this government over here is, doing whatever they doing, but they might not want this government over here knowing what they're doing. And this government over here may be doing something, but they don't want this government over here to know what they're doing. Mind you, apparently the only thing that they ever fully came to a real agreement about would be the ice wall, right? Don't know why. But whatever. Anyway, so during this video, as I'm watching this stuff, it's really like getting on my nerves, because you can hear how the way I watched it the beginning, and this is for anybody. If you are like a history buff or any of that, or you grew up watching what is it? The National Geographic and all of this other stuff, go back and watch it now with everything you know. Literally, with a new fresh pair of eyes, right? All right, so then they started talking about these bones and stuff that they dug up, right? Mind you, look like human bones. But what they go back and they say is, oh, it belongs to a woolly mammoth, or, some type of huge animal, this, that, and the third. But again, you got to remember that as the people who are narrating the show are talking, it's being given from the knowledge, the limited amount of knowledge that they have, the fact that they weren't granted access to, you know, a higher classification. So as I was getting ready to say, with the Bible and the Quran and them saying you don't look, knowledge is given, or wisdom, knowledge, wisdom, understanding, 1, 2, 3, is given based off of, or your spiritual ranking goes up the more that you know. All right. Hey, Abraham, welcome. Thank you for being here. The father of many. All right. So let's see. Let's see. All right. So listen to this.
I am picking my scent based on
not her.
Today's vibe and it.
Okay. Y'all ready?
Imagine you're President Donald Trump. Or maybe you're one of Donald Trump's political advisors or his kids. One of the ones who doesn't want...
Okay, I didn't realize that there was music in it. So I saved it. It is, I'm going to repost it right now. You're going to have to go listen to it, because it's going to grab me a copyright and we ain't got time. But I wish I had my headphones, because then I can just repeat after what he said. Anyway, but he said, imagine if you're Donald Trump and you are one of his kids, or you're one of his political constituents, this, then, and the third. And in the process, you ran, and this was your running policies. It was more about, you know, getting rid of the immigrants and all of this stuff. And then, so you can come to the people and you could give them, because now, you know, election time is getting ready to go again. And so you could talk to them about what happened, you know, during the people getting put out of the country. It's a whole lot, so you need to go listen to it. But I'm going to give you the gist as good as I can. But I'm not going to do it no good, because y'all got to listen to what he said. And so he said, or you can come and you can tell the American people the truth. You can tell the world the truth as to how, because apparently his rating is, you know, minus something. His publicity rate or his popularity rate is plummeting, right? So, and he's saying that you can either come to the people, the world, and tell the people in the world that you messed up. You can change, you know, you'll try to, you know, pivot and go in another direction, or you can just come and tell more lies, right? Now, for all intents purposes, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna just say that I'm not a person that's gonna rally for him. Right is right, wrong is wrong. But one thing so far that I have paid attention to is he didn't lie. Right? It's all in who you listening to. And so in front of, when he goes in front of all the people, it's everybody that's in, you know, the politics and the government, this and the third, and he's telling them that right now America is, you know, at its best. There, we know the money is being made, and this, that, and the third, yada yada yada. Again, you got to listen to what this man says. Now, remember I said we have to listen to the truth, and there's many timelines happening at the same time. Now, regardless of whether or not we don't like what he's saying, because to a lot of people, to the majority of people, he's telling a lie, because we don't see that. People are getting fired in astronomical numbers. People are losing, you know, everything. And so, you know, unemployment rates at an all-time da 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 da. But for the people that he's talking to, when he's saying, we're making money hand over fist, da 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 da, you know, they are. On their timeline, for the people that he's talking to, they are. Now, never mind that there's more of us than there are of him and them. But the conversation that he's having with them is correct for all intents purposes. Now, none of them have lost their job. They all sitting in there. And mind you, this is people from all walks of life. It's a black man in there, maybe like one or two of them. But from the look that this black man has on his face, he looks like he's eating it up. Like he's in heaven with everything that this man is saying. And again, for me, when I ask for the truth in this system, we had to be able to ingest it, understand it, accept it, see it for what it is, know it. For people that love to do what he's doing, and for all intents purposes, when he started saying, all the stuff that he was saying, and it could have been racist for, a lot of us, but at the end of the day, we ended up coming to find out that there's a lot of people exactly like him. And the funny part about this is this: for a lot of people that were just exactly like him, and they was waiting, for this day and this moment in time to say that N word, or to say that you were beneath me, this, that, and the third, they thought that they were the same as him. And then they realized that they're losing everything: their farms, their businesses, their houses, their whatever it was that they built, when they thought that, this man is going to take us to the top, and I can be as nasty as I want to be in this system because, oh, somebody like me has finally got into this system. Now they're realizing they're not like them. Now they're realizing that, racism, or turning a blind eye to injustice or things that are not, politically correct, it's costing. Now, on the flip side of that, I can say this: for people that look like me, that never received anything from the system at all, period, for them also something else is happening, because when all those farmers started crying and complaining, when, even with the tariffs, because there are big businesses right now losing their businesses. I just seen a guy that then had a trailer company for forever and a day because of those tariffs, and because of how much it costs to be able to put some of this stuff together. Their businesses are failing. And so there's people in the comments saying, well, it didn't just take a year for their business to fail. They were already on the down. So there's people still backing these situations. Now, excuse me, for the people that were, gun-ho, oh, this is going to change. This person is going to be the person that changes my life. He did. He did. You just didn't know it was going to be for a detriment. So you thought that this person was going to come in and he was going to do something that was going to be life altering, but you thought it was going to be for other people or the downside of other people, and you were gun-ho for that. You liked it when it didn't have anything to do with you. I really need y'all to go listen to what this man said, because at the end of the day, to me, the way he put it, and then as I'm listening to it, and I'm saying, for me, like, because I'm caught up in some of the things that is happening, mind you, whether, directly or indirectly, for me, whatever he said at the moment in time, because now, but I have to listen with, truth ears. No, he's not telling the truth, but then I'm looking at who he's talking to. So I'm with the people, on the side that basically will say, no, he's telling a lot of lies. But meanwhile, he's not. He's actually telling the truth for who he's speaking to. He's telling the truth for, the timeline that he's addressing. Okay, so take it how it resonates. This is not blockage, it is realignment. Because also you have to remember, although I'm telling you this, like, one side, there's also a flip side to that, because there's blessings in things changing. So even when the downfall and the spiral of the world, it's like jumping jacks. No, not jumping jacks. It's double dutch. If you have ever played double dutch in the world, right? And it's two ropes, and the person taking their moment and taking their time, you gotta try to get into the rhythm and get in, because as one thing is happening and there's a spiral of, there's also blessings and things falling out of that spiral. Because how does a tornado, when a tornado hits, it looks like chaos, like, stuff is swirling around, and and the brightness of that, after the tornado disappears and everything is torn up and scattered the way it is or not, then we see what the blessing is, right? So, and this is bringing up a mindful something for me. So there was a tornado that touched down. I think it was somewhere in Tennessee, right? Tornado scattered everything, tore down, leveled everything. Mind you, there was a liquor store that was standing. And I don't know if I still have that on my repost, but, you know, because this is very much old, but it's reminding me of that. Everything around this liquor store, the liquor store walls, everything got destroyed. There was a display case in the middle of the liquor store. Now, y'all already know walls weigh more than bottles. So you would think that if the liquor store got demolished, all four walls were down. So anybody would know that everything in that liquor store should have been torn up, gone, everything. There was a display case in the middle of that liquor store that was untouched. And I mean bottles beautiful. Hey, Abby, welcome. Thank you for being here. They stacked these bottles in the middle. And again, walls weigh more than bottles. What was supposed to be destroyed got destroyed. What was supposed to be leveled got leveled. And for all intents and purposes, this goes into another thing, because I said to y'all before, I said during my divorce, and honestly, I really sometimes hate bringing this up, but I have to. This is the example that has shown me in real life, right? And nobody really actually won, but you know, people won, right? So during the time of my divorce, it was me still going through whatever I was going through, you know, emotionally, mentally, physically, all of these things, right? And so it kept being a thing where, you know, my ex kept pushing, like him and his attorney kept pushing. And during the time, you know, it was me getting in an accident, on the downfall. Like, I never was a truck driver. I had a trucking company for 10 years. I was never supposed to be a truck driver. I had drivers. So as everything's happening, and now I'm the person that's going out, it's a lot of, you know, wearing on my body mentally, because physically, because I'm the person going out. I'm climbing on top of trucks, this, that, and the third. I'm not meant to do that, but I did what I needed to do in order to try to keep my life sustained, right? So as all of this stuff is happening, and you know, every 5 minutes they send in documentation and paperwork, like I was mentally drained, physically drained, but I still showed up here every day with a good attitude. I wasn't saying anything. I would just, you know, I was just on autopilot, because God, you have to take it. And mind you, what was on the table was this man was coming at everything. Like literally everything was already falling apart, but the last thing that I had standing was, you know, my house. And then I got his ex telling me that, you know, he's literally telling people that he's gonna make me sell my house. He wants to take my house from me, this and a third. Mind you, the ramifications of what happened then is still weighing on me right now, just so y'all know, because one thing begat the other, which then created a debt that was outstanding, right? All right. So at that time, like literally, he was kicking my ass. Now, this is the thing. This person was calling everybody and God around me, trying to get people to get me to talk to him. And I probably could have talked to him, and I probably could have smoothed the whole entire thing out, because it's not the first time that me and this nigga done went to war, right? And so I could have took the route of, you know, trying to play nice and, you know, and it probably would have worked. But God told me to go. Leave it behind. Let me handle it. So literally God had to prepare my mind that if these people told me that I had to sell my house at that moment in time, I was just going to do it. And whatever happened, let the cards fall where they may. But mind you, he knew he had it in the bag. Like, nothing is going to tell me that this man didn't think that he was going to force me to be able to. And still, even to this day, like I said, ramifications, things happening. Because, you know, once I got the paperwork that the ex sent me, this girl don't even like me. But for her to send me paperwork, it was some stuff, other stuff happening on the side, right? Anyway, long story short, I had to prepare myself mentally, like, God is never wrong. I trust God. And the only way I got this house anyway was because of God. And so if that happened, that would be God allowing it to happen. And then I have to figure out how to move, around, because then that means that God is going to send me somewhere else. That means that something else is happening, because I couldn't have done it. I couldn't have even put myself in this position. It had to be God. And so if I got out of this position, it still has to be God. So once I did that, no matter what they did, no matter how many documents, I had a messed up lawyer. Like, I literally was telling YouTube got all my business, like literally all my business. And mind you, it wasn't like I was trying to hide nothing, because guess what? I told everybody where I live, and if they wanted to go look at the court documents, they could, because all this shit is open and wide. Like, I didn't care. To this day, I still don't care. Why? Because at the end of the day, I trust God. And so no matter what these people are doing, same scenario. It may look like the smaller people are losing. It may look like, no matter what we do, every day we're going to wake up and it's going to be something. The nasties are having big balls and things, and I don't mean balls like nuts, I mean balls, grand parties and things of this nature. They're mingling amongst each other, telling them, oh, you made this much money. And mind you, it's people, the American people can't even eat. We got Africans. Do you remember how they used to do the thing with the African babies? Because when I was growing up, I thought all of Africa was poor, because it was in the eyes of the angel, and they would show these little pot belly African kids sitting on the side, and they, if for to feed a child, a hungry child in Africa, it only costs 10 cents, da 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 da. And you would be thinking, how the hell are you gonna feed a child for 10 cents? But mind you, this is, what do they call it? The propaganda. Yeah, she said, yep, and flies everywhere. Yeah, because that's one thing, like, I wouldn't be able to take. Like, I don't like flies. Now, can you imagine flies just being on you? Like, they showed us the worst of the worst in Africa. But guess what? Right now, we got Africans, and I think I just got rid of it, but there's an African lady, and I don't know if she has music in hers, but there's an African lady that made a video, and I ain't gonna lie to you, it was absolutely exactly what needed to happen, because now Africans are making videos, African lady saying feed hungry Americans. Now there's African people. For only 53 cents a day. Again, I can't play this video, but this is the video, and this is an African lady. And y'all hear the song? In the eyes up, the same song that they had for them back in the day, playing on all of our televisions, and we see in the pot belly African child. This is an African lady now saying that for 10 cents you can feed a hungry American child. Meanwhile, they're having balls and parties and talking about how rich they are all becoming. And for all intents purposes, it would seem like, because everybody's waking up on a daily basis, I see a lot of people saying, oh, I have high anxiety behind, I just can't take another, whatever this is. And then they keep doing this. Like, it's intentional. It's intentional. I know it's hard. We have to do both things. We have to be aware, be knowledgeable, know what they're doing, but also keep your mind stayed on something positive. Keep your mind on God. Keep your thoughts very positive, even in the midst of all of this stuff happening, because guess what? It's like the storm. And sooner or later, the storm loses power. Sooner or later, God still shows up with the rainbow. Sooner or later, they gonna get dealt with the way they gonna get dealt with. We have to know that. We have to understand it. We got to keep the prayers where the prayers need to be. We have to keep the focus where the focus is. We have to know and understand that God is God. And there's nothing they could do about it. Thank you, Cash. Thank you. So even when it looks like, it is bleak, these people keep doing whatever it is that they're doing, and mind you, they laughing in the face of God didn't bring us this far to fail us at all, period. And if you know you're doing the right thing, continue doing the right thing. Don't let these people turn you into, a hateful, nasty individual, because this moment in time could make or break you. And meanwhile, like I said, when, the most ungodliest, hurtful, hateful things are happening, so are miracles. The test being a testimony. Coming through this with flying colors. And yes, even the people that I was addressing earlier, right? Because not for nothing, maybe this was your mirror for God to show you exactly who you are, and for you to realize, like, being complacent in a situation was the most dangerous thing you could have ever done. How about also not knowing who you are is very dangerous, because some people are really walking around here racist as they don't know what, but because I have my one black friend, or because, I like this one black person, or even on the other side, because I, deal with this one white person. Like, I realized the other day, right? And this was funny, even for me, because I'm going to tell y'all something. For all intents purposes, I agree with the widest consumption, the widest, it's not the consistent or consensus, whatever the word is, right? Consensus, that's the word. Now, DNA matters. And when you have years of racism and things of that nature in your system, you may not actively know that, it's that. So in my mind, it's a guy, he's a comedian, and I seen him the other day, and he's like, talking to people, but he talks to everybody crazy, right? Calling people's moms bitches and this, that, and the third. But this is him. And even his voice, the way he talks, is funny. So a girl walking by, he tells her, if you don't sit your black ass down, and his voice is kind of, annoying a little bit like that, but he's a comedian, white guy, funny. Mind you, in my mind, I said, I don't think he's supposed to say that. But also in my mind, I know he meant nothing by it, right? But because also, racism exists, it's almost like a person can't, because she black, he ain't lie. You up here walking around. It wasn't like he was, it wasn't even like he was trying to be racist. That's the thing. And so, because we are very sensitive as to people not knowing who they are, because if I had said, bitch, if you don't sit your black ass down, it would have meant nothing to nobody. But mind you, as he goes on with the thing, you realize, like, he just talks like that because he cussing the people out in the audience, white, black, he don't care, right? He's a person, you can tell, it seems like he just loves people, and he may have grown up that way. It's his personality. He ain't getting no passes, though, because the comment section was, yeah, he funny, but watch your mouth, right? All right. So, for everybody, this is what I'm going to say. I told y'all, there's a white person, a white dude that's been stalking me for years. Don't know why, don't know where he came from. To me, it gives also, like, police. They always be trying to figure out a way. Mind you, what have I done? I ain't done nothing for no police to be trying to, investigate this and a third. But also, when I told y'all I glitched, I noticed that it was them boys, them alphabet boys was around, trying to figure out why. I don't feel like I should be anybody, but people know who you are, right? People know who you are. So I told y'all about the time, like, shortly behind that, I got on here and I told y'all I'm going to stop covering up, because for 3 years, I've been dealing with the same exact thing. Don't know where this person came from or why they chose me as to, I'm going to mess with her. But it was a lot of gang stalking and things happening, right? All right. So anyway, after I told y'all that this going to be the type of person that tries to get near me, and then it's going to be problems, and somebody going to make me do something that I don't want to do, because I'm going to have to make sure I protect myself. But for all intents purposes, I now have to say right out loud that there's somebody actively trying to, enter into my space, right? Now, so then a couple, and not even a week later, all of a sudden my son starts talking about this white boy that, he met, this, that, and the third, and he's been around for 3 years. The feds be investigating for people for 3 years and this, that, and the third, but they do this thing where they try to put a person around the other people, so then that way it's explainable as to this person being around this people. So when they try to, add this person, because y'all got to remember, even handlers and things of that nature, or when they want to know something about you, right? So anyway, they put him around these people, and his friends are saying they've known him for this long, but mind you, my son's in music, so all of a sudden, the person comes up and, they're in music, they got beats, this, and a third, my son needs beats, da 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 da. Anyway, my son asked me, could this person come over? I never met the person, but because I had already said it to y'all a week prior, this person's going to try to get near me, because it seemed like there was a thing where they needed to make it happen a little bit faster. And then voila, out of the universe, some white boy appears, right? Okay. So at this point, I needed to lay eyes on whatever this is. So don't even know if that was the right person, this, and the third, but it kind of almost lined up, right? And it was weird. So fine, person can come over. I was just going to make sure, everything was the way it needed to be. Cameras around, this, that, and the third, so we can see who it is, so I can lay eyes on the person, so everybody else can lay eyes on the person. So I've been streaming, now for a very long time, right? All right. So anyway, person comes over. Energetically, I pay attention when people come around me, because I already told y'all I learned so much other stuff about energy when I glitched. And now I started to pay attention to, I can pick up on the way other people feel when they come around me. Like, their total, if your heart start racing, I'ma feel it. Because now you done entered in my energy and we entered in your energy. And I know it's weird, but guess what? If you actively, intentionally put your mind to it, you'll be able to do it too. Okay, so there's that. Anyway, so the person, as they start to now talk to me, and because they come in there standing on the other side, I'm in the kitchen, they're on the other side of my thing, I can feel this man's heart start to race, right? Because mind you, I'm in my house, ain't no reason for me to be racing. I'm paying attention to everything, right? So it's another thing that I do, but I don't even know if I should tell y'all, because literally I'll be listening, right? Listening. And so when the person starts talking to me and they start telling me that, they've been in Georgia or Atlanta for wherever, whatever, they lost their laptop, they lost their ID, they lost their computer, they lost too much shit for me, because ain't no way. So as I'm listening, I'm hearing, a person give me all the reasons why they have no identification and why they can be invisible. But mind you, I'm already invisible. Like, you know what I'm saying? I moved away because I wanted to be invisible. I know how to do it. I be, maneuvering in ways, because sometimes it's a thing. Like, I pride myself on knowing how to do it. Why? Because I like doing it. Anyway, so as I'm listening, because me and my son had a little conversation beforehand, and then, we had a little conversation after. So I actively had to explain to him something. Let me tell you what you can and cannot do around me. And so it's cool if you want to put yourself around people, you can do that. But I'm not going to let you also put me in harm's way because you don't hear what a person is telling you. Because people be telling you everything about themselves when you're talking to them. All you have to do is listen. Anyway, so we back to the racism thing, right? Because this person was trying to figure out all the right ways or right things to say to get to my son to be able to get around here and around me. No ma'am, no ham. All right. So instantly the other day, because they don't ever stop at that. And like I said, alphabet boys, police, CIA, FBI, and who the hell am I don't know. But either way, the point of it is, the other day, my son called and he texted me. He said, you don't have to do this. So I said, cool, right? I'm over here minding my business. This is the day I was doing, my Kindle books and this, that, and the third. So I ain't really want to do nothing no way, right? Okay. Long story short, takes a couple hours, then all of a sudden, he comes through the door, which was kind of throwing me off because I'm like, he didn't come through the door, the front door. He came through the garage. I ain't like that. Let me tell you why. Because I always say, anybody, anything that ever tries to come anywhere near me, you got to go through the front door. Why my son chose the garage at that time, it didn't make sense. Anyway, so when he comes to the door, I'm sitting right where I am right now. So where I'm sitting at right now, right here, y'all can see me. But the other thing that y'all can't see is that there's a hallway right here. And this hallway right here opens to the side door where the garage is that comes through the kitchen. So instantly when he comes through the side door, because I heard when the garage goes up, I look at him because why are you doing that? So the person that walks in the door with him is a little white boy. Now, for all intents purposes, the same way that white people don't realize that y'all have whatever stereotype that y'all have against us and this, that, and the third, it's been embedded in y'all. But y'all will also say, if y'all kids get lost, go find a black lady or black woman because they're going to protect your kids. And we, always do. There's a little thing that we have also learned too, that when white people start coming around, it's about to be a problem. And whether or not it's racist or not, or whether or not it's a thing where it's always tried and true, because y'all just be doing stuff and it's in your DNA. And I don't want to say everybody, but I'm going to just say the majority of y'all. Okay? All right. So anyway, he comes through the door. The little white boy comes in the door with him. Cute little boy. And I don't want to say little boy because these is grown men. My son's a grown man. But mind you, he is more less threatening in stature. Because remember, the first one that I was talking about, this nigga is big. And mind you, I'm 5'2", 5'3". I'm a good day. So when anybody comes around, this other white boy was like 5'6". So now this one that comes through the door with him is around my son's size. My son's not that big, but he's taller than me. So anyway, very respectful person. He came in, he was like, how you doing, da 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 da. By the time, him and my son, he go in, and my son needed to take out trash. He went to the back where my son took the trash out, and this, that, and third. They went upstairs, did whatever they was doing, music or whatever in the room. And then all of a sudden, when he comes in, he leaves out the door, and he's like, see you later, Mom. So I'm like, see you later, because all my kids, friends call me that, right? So mind you, the funny thing is I had, and I don't know, what type of friendship this is, how long you're going to be around, this, that, and the third, but it instantly threw me alarms because you came through the side door. But when he left, he went out the way he needed to, the way he should have gone out the door. But here we are. Stereotypes, racism, things of this nature. The point in that whole entire thing is for us to all realize who we are in situations. So a person can say, oh, we're not racist, or it's just maybe just a feeling, maybe just awareness, maybe something. But guess what? Normally when the black kids come in here, I pay them no mind. Like literally, they all know me. They'll come give me a hug, this, that, and the third. But mind you, they could be a op too. You see what I'm saying? But there's been children that have come through the door, black kids. And this is the thing. I have told my son, because again, I'm listening, right? And so my son has had a friend that he's been around since we moved here in middle school. So he used to play football and some other stuff, right? Little boy would come over here, spend the night, hang out with my son, this, that, and the third. But now they grown men, so now they in college and stuff, right? So my son's getting ready to go to college, and they, putting their stuff together for everybody to go to college. A lot of them went to the same school from the beginning, right? All right. So this particular boy went somewhere else, and he should have had a life in football because he was really, really good in football. So somehow he leaves and he goes somewhere else to a different state. I don't want to say where. All right. Anyway, by the time he comes back, he comes here. My son says, Mom, can such and such stay here because he needs to do this, and he's bringing his friend, right? Cool. Again, I don't really care about, the kids coming over and staying and standing third. I've always been the same way. The oldest kids, they still friends with the same people that they have, been friends with. Okay. Now, when the boy comes through the door this time, he's different. Now, whatever happened with him, wherever he went, I instantly picked it up. Came in the door, gave me a hug, this, and the third. So I didn't say nothing. I literally was just paying attention. Right. So the dude that he comes through the door with, their age, similar, surroundings, but something was different. So I didn't say anything. I just, kind of went on about the day, da 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 da. They spent the night, but my spirit was telling me something's not right. So this is what my spirit was doing. So the next day, anytime anybody comes, I'm always cooking and making sure, everybody eats good. We're doing everything that, gets done. So my son was doing something, and mind you, the two boys was sitting in here. They all grown men again. They were sitting at the kitchen table. And so as they're sitting at the kitchen table, I'm making them some food. So I'm making them, I think I made like different types of chicken. So I was, the party wings, and I was making like the sauces and this, that, and the third. So I was getting them to try different sauces. But really what I was doing was listening. And as I was listening, my spirit told me to tell them, whatever y'all about to do, don't. Because and it wasn't even in that form or fashion. It was basically like I started talking around it, because I already knew something was about to transpire, that they didn't just come here for a reason. They wanted something. They needed something. And so, and whether or not it was supposed to be here that they were about to do whatever they was going to do, or they needed whatever they needed, as I started talking to them about, life and how certain things could, take their life on a different pathway, because sometimes people think that a mark or a target is going to be easy. Meanwhile, you don't even realize that God already scoped you out. God already said, make sure this, and this is in alignment, because if anything goes amok, you make sure that you're not going to be the thing that, is at risk or the victim. And so as I start explaining to them and start talking to them, because again, I'm already picking up the energy that they're putting down. People's energy is already talking to y'all. And I keep trying to tell people, like, being on your P's and Q's and being aware, like, it's not even about, sometimes, like I said, the racism aspect of it, but they too little YN niggas. Now, long story short, they ate all their food, this, that, and the third, and I'm looking at them looking at each other, because remember, we was also talking about body language, right? And so you can pay attention to people, paying attention to what they paying attention to. So the one little boy that, has known me for forever and a day, and they still not little boys, these are grown men. So, I'm giving them what I'm giving them, this, that, and the third. Long story short, by the time they left, and went wherever they went to, whatever they was about to do, a whole robbery had been committed, and then they was on their way back to wherever they was going. But mind you, the robbery was committed on one of their other closer friends. Everything I was picking up about them was correct. But mind you, whoever they ended up going around after the fact just didn't. It's like sometimes, based off of, you may think that you have nothing. And this is what I have to remind, even my kids sometimes about, like when they was growing up. You may think that you have nothing, right? But mind you, people around you looking at you think you have everything. Everything. And so whether it be a gift, a talent, people be envious for no reason, no nothing at all, period. And so back to we have to all, because we are dealing with energy of recalibration, it's okay. Like, because we were conditioned, if a big ass black dude, because we don't like them either, I'm going to just say that, it's a difference between a and a And me being black, I can still tell you that I don't like the either. Right? Mind you, the come in all different colors, whether it be white, black, Puerto Rican, Asian, right? It's ignorance of situation or circumstances. These people are cutthroat, don't care about nothing, will do whatever it is. They don't have no respect. That goes for everybody. She said, big difference, period. And so we'll lock a door too if I see a R. Mind you, I already told y'all a whole story about when I did Uber at one point in time. I'm going to go pick up a person, and I always hated going through Lithonia, because Lithonia and Georgia is different. It's like Decatur, different, right? You surely somewhere, not for everybody, but you're going to definitely run into a R somewhere in one of them areas. Atlanta's different. Georgia in a whole is just a different area, because like I said, Macon, it's a white okay? It's everywhere. All right, so I happen to be, pulling up, and God, my God, he's a young black guy, very handsome. All black everything. Black cars, all black everything. Instantly, because I had rolled up on this person too fast, because honestly, if I had a seen him beforehand, I would have canceled his ride. Not gonna lie to y'all. He black like I'm black. But his ride would have got canceled. Either way, I mean, clean, not, literally very handsome young man, but literally it's a R. It's a YN for real. But mind you, he ain't he's a what would you call a middle one? Like when they not young, they like middle. Anyway, that type. So when I pulls up on him, God forgive me. First thing I seen, he got his gat in his waistband. Everybody around Georgia, it's like Texas. I lived in Texas before I got here. Everybody be packing, okay? So just know that. Anyway, I done pulled up on this man too fast, and now I gotta now I'm all in it. Lets him in the car. Gets in the car. He has his book bag. He's talking to me. I'm trying to tell you, Abby Grace, it was one of them moments. Like me and God was like, mind you, I had two of them moments, and nothing but God, because both of them was kind of messed up, and they young black guys, right? So again, I don't want nobody just thinking, like, even when y'all be saying white people be, racist, this, that, and the third, black people, like, we have our own stuff too. So don't get it messed up. And it could be white, black, Chinese. So again, message being our thought patterns, our thought processes. And so we may be just thinking, because they'll say black people can't be racist because it's not systemic, this, that, and the third. Well, y'all be, the paper bag test in school days was a thing. So, whether or not y'all want to realize it, like, everybody has a melanated something or another, but maybe this moment in time is to trigger everybody's mindset. And this not, because school days was what, in the 80s? So everybody has to realize what they are and what type of, and maybe that might be the thing. Everybody just has to be around their group, this, that, and the third. But how do you grow just being around your group? There's no growth. The first thing it starts with is hard conversations. These things actually do exist. Anyway, long story short, first thing I see, the nigga, he got his gat. He gets in the car. All right, I turn around. Now he's having conversations with me. He's asking me all types of questions, which, we was talking, answering this, then, the third. But some of the questions he asking me, I'm like, why the fuck is he asking that? Do you like your job? Do you? Like, I said yes. I meet a lot of interesting people. You being one of them. Anyway, long story short, we pulled up to a store in Decatur. This nigga, instead of him getting out of my car, he proceeds to open his book bag, and another nigga comes to the window. He proceeds to hand him whatever he's handing. I said, get the hell out. He like, I don't have a ride back. No, get out. Do you not realize, like, you're on camera, sir? Like, because I kept my I kept my camera always running anytime I did, like, Uber and stuff like that. So you're on camera. So let me help you get your ass out of my car. But mind you, he done already did whatever handing off he done did, and now he gets out of the car. But mind you, another dude, lo and behold, I got to take him to Atlanta. I hated always going to Atlanta because the traffic going to Atlanta. This man is asking me all types of questions, this, that, and the third. But mind you, I hear him on the phone talking to whoever he's talking to. And long story short, even in that process, guess what? God disconnected his phone. His phone shut off. He didn't have no access to talk to whoever he was talking to. Because I'm literally thinking in my mindset, when we get here, I'm about to have to do something to this boy, because I'm not going to let you do something to me. So if you listening and you can hear, it be things that be happening. And nothing ever really transpired to me bad ever. But it was just, the almost of a thing, like God doing things to make sure that nothing goes through the way it goes through. But it don't matter. It is the energy that goes on, and us basically realizing who we are, what is happening in the world, and bad people come in all different colors, the same color as you. And sometimes we may think that we're going to be, victimized or something else by, the other color. And meanwhile, it be the same colors that be doing the stuff. So take it how it resonates. That was the whole point. Anyway, energy being recalibrated. There's a strong theme of truth rising beneath the surface. Calm situations that once felt stable may now feel uncertain, not because they're failing, but because a deeper awareness is arriving. Now, if spiritually we are meant to grow and we're meant to elevate, even throughout the collective all of us situation, we have to really realize, like, some of this stuff isn't our fault. Like, it's generational, right? But we have to be the ones to acknowledge it and be accountable for it, because now if we are, the people saying, oh, we're generational chain breakers and this, that, and the third, how do we break it? Especially in a system and where they don't want us talking about it. Mind you, they don't want us collectively gathering, because what is that? Even in prison, if it's 3 or more, you start to collectively gather, then all of a sudden they're calling you gangs and things of that nature. But the system is designed to keep us apart, for us not to realize that there are, a whole lot of similarities even in our differences, because guess what? They deal with the same thing we deal with. And again, I told you, I'm just learning that there are Chinese Jamaicans. Like, how am I 50 years old and then all of a sudden I'm realizing that there are subcultures in the culture? It's white Jamaicans, y'all. Like, you automatically thinking that this is just, it's just your culture, you're this. Mind you, there are subcultures in the cultures that are going through the very same thing. People try to keep them down in ways. Mind you, we don't know about each other. And that's the thing. If we got together to start getting to know each other and collectively realizing that we were never the problem. The problem began long before, we even got involved in it. But meanwhile, they're having balls. They're having balls and dances, and even with the whole thing yesterday, we talked about Candace, and then I happened to figure out what they were talking about. She's doing this thing against this expose against this man's wife, and apparently this man's wife thinks that she's untouchable. But how did she get there? Like, for all intents purposes, for everything, and I don't know, I didn't hear the thing that was being said. I only heard a little bit of it. But for people to start thinking that they're untouchable in a system, like, bitch, who do you think you are? It could be anybody. You heard what Kevin Hart said. Somebody got to go. And so, for at this all intents purposes, for people to start thinking that they are bigger than the system, her, them, because apparently they think that they're bigger than the system too. And the system that they created is a subsidiary, if that's the word, of the system that God created. You're not bigger than God's system. You're not bigger than God's program. Even if you think that you got a foothold in the system and you can put your foot on people's necks, you can continually be, a menace to society or any or everything else, it's still God's program. It's still God's system. They didn't create the system. They just figured out a way to, control the system. And we are the reason that they're able to figure it out, because we keep wanting to clash and argue against each other. We keep wanting to create, systems that say, I'm better than you if I do this. Meanwhile, people are starting to learn that they're just a brink away from the same exact disaster as everybody else, because you thought that you were going to be safe in the system as long as you were a part of putting your foot on people's necks. And as I keep saying, without whatever they did, we wouldn't even be here. If us as people, because, some of us just going through life and, we have nothing to do with, a large part of it, because ignorance is bliss. But now everybody waking up, and now everybody's being charged to say something, do something, actively participate, actively say something, actively be aware of whatever part you played. And so sometimes people don't want to admit that, they have whatever biases in them. If I see a big Chinese dude coming along, and, because mind you, I ain't even gonna lie, the Blasians is fine. The Blasians are definitely fine. Mind you, they are like, they kind of go under the radar because, you can instantly tell that that's a black Asian, right? Because they got this little mixture. But let one of the ones that come around that look like they don't play and they just, get busy on you. Like, ain't nobody fooling with them. They will beat your... I literally... this is funny, reminding me of a day when, let me see. Reminded me of a day when I was with this dude that, you know, I was with for a very long time, right? When I first got here. He was an older guy, right? And we were at the port in South Carolina. And so as we're driving, he got anger management problems because, you know, little short man, he be thinking that, you know, whatever. Anyway, so he kept, this truck is over here going with this Asian man in it, and he's doing it. Mind you, these people are about to like hit trucks. This is how they're beefing. He's driving, I'm in the passenger seat, the Asian man is over here, and they going at it, right? Because apparently somebody cut somebody off. Mind you, I'm in the passenger seat like, yo, just let them have it, it's okay. No, apparently it's a man thing, so they having a pissing contest, right? Lord, let me tell you how somehow somebody cut somebody off, trucks get blocked in, this man get ready to get out of the car. We're under the underpass now. So this is dangerous all for all intents purposes because they done already been getting this close to each other's trucks. And I'm saying, nigga, stop doing that. Because we about to have an insurance claim. Like, let this man go. Y'all, I kid y'all not, this man, and mind you, young person, young Asian, he was older, but not as old as this nigga is. So he pulls over, this dude stands out, and by the movement he did, I said, I think you better let him have it. Like, he don't look like what he just did. He's gonna beat your ass. I promise you this man's gonna beat your ass. And so he still wanted to argue this and the third, but I think he's seeing it too because then all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying, he like piped down a little bit. But it's certain people, like when you just know, like you know this man been training and he older, but he's going to beat your ass. Asian or not. Like, you know what I'm saying? You may have gotten away with a lot of stuff with a lot of people at, you know, multiple, because this dude done a lot. This dude would get away with a lot of stuff. Like, he done stuff, and I'll be saying, I told y'all the same person that walked away from the police one time. Didn't care, cussed the police out. I get guns pulled on me. Like, why you ain't beefing with him? I was quiet. But I get a gun pulled on me. You didn't pull a gun on this nigga. Either way, that dude was gonna beat his ass. That's all I knew. And some people, like, you just ain't gonna fool with. And I don't know why the whole thing started anyway, because it didn't make no sense. It's a thing with just people and just the way they are. So I don't know. Anyway, let's see. Because y'all, I just finally clicked the button. I let everything go because we was gonna go ahead into it. So we'll see what the message says. Let me see what Miss Kelly, that's you. Oh, hey Katrina. Hold on, I'm getting ready to come over here to y'all. All right, so y'all know we got a Q&A question, and we got what is the lesson that the collective is learning today. That's the Q&A, and then it's a poll question up here that says, let's see. My nose is wanting to. I think I got to sneeze. All right, alhamdulillah. Yarhamakallah. All right, so sneeze out, not out. Miss Kelly said, amen, well, Ameen, morning. How significant in particular to the shifts I'm experiencing. Hello, shifts for everybody. You get a shift. You get a shift. We get a shift. Shifts are happening. Let's see. It's a different perspective. Who would have been thoughtful enough to perceive his timeline? I'm trying to tell you, everybody doing what they doing. My grandfather is Chinese and black from Jamaica. Girl, I seen that yesterday. I never knew that existed. Like, that threw me all the way off. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Then we got my grandfather, 6'3", dark skin, but he looks like he has to hold his head back to be able to see. Listen, my grandfather was he wasn't tall, but he was black as night, like black as this thing, real pretty hair. Mind you, this nigga was a pimp, and I mean a pimp in real life. He actually had hoes, so you know, take it how it resonates. I've seen some stuff. Every time we went to my grandfather's house, he was definitely gonna give us some money, okay? Mind you, the crazy part is, for my grandfather, I just found a cousin that's on his side. But mind you, I don't know how she is. The link that is in Ancestry, it shows that she is on his side, on my grandfather's side, because it links her to my aunt, which is supposed to be his twin sister, but I don't know why he didn't come up. So that's the weirdest part, because apparently, and her last name is Bush, which is weird. But and I haven't even told my aunt and them yet that that link came from his sister, and so, but mind you, I don't know too much about him. And the funny part, even about the girl that it linked us to, is she's adopted. And it's a whole story with her where she got left somewhere and somebody found her. So she was listed as a baby, Jane Doe, she said. And so it's crazy because we found her like her blood links to my blood, but it's connected to some people that I don't know nothing about, and now we need to know even for her. So, and the fact that me trying to help her is how now this whole thing is coming about, which is crazy because she don't know nothing and I don't know nothing. We all trying to figure it out. So there's that. Let's see. My dad used to be a pimp too. Period. I'm trying to tell you, like my grandfather used to live in and I'm from Delaware, so Capitol Park in Delaware. And when you go in Capitol Park to the left, his house was I think the second or the third one. It was on the main corner right there. And I used to love going to his house because my grandfather, every time we went there, he would make sure we got money. Like, I still didn't really know him, because we wasn't allowed to be there that long because whatever activities was going over there, we weren't allowed to be over there, okay? But yeah, he was pimping them hoes, okay? Mind you, it's funny because my dad be saying the same thing. Like, my dad, that's the first thing he'll say, I'm a pimp. So I come from a long line of pimps and hoes. Not the hoes, but the pimps. Because the hoes was other people's mamas and daddies, I guess. So, there's that. Nothing to be proud of, but hey, I got the hustle in me. I am cracking up. Y'all judging me, I'm cracking up. Sorry, y'all. Anyway, so let me go back, because we ain't even y'all, I shouldn't even be telling y'all shit like that. That is funny. But it's the truth, though. Talk to his kids about it. Anyway, don't judge me based off of that, okay? Or you can. Who cares? I love my grandfather. Anyway, there's his name was Benny Coleman, in case anybody want to know. All right. You better ask about him. Anyway, there's a strong theme of truth rising beneath the surface. Yo, I'm cracking up. Situations that once felt stable and now feel uncertain, not because they are failing, but because deeper awareness is arriving. What was tolerated before may no longer feel aligned. So this is where the day or your insight may come through subtle signs, repeated thoughts, things that are happening over and over and over again. And so it could be things from the past coming up, things resurfacing, people, places, and things. All right. Unexpected memories, like things that are, coming to your recollection. Like, oh my God, I remember. Mind you, this happened to me yesterday. I was talking to my son, and for some reason he started talking to me about some oxtail pizza. He was going to make some, right? And he was like, it's going to take 2 days to make the oxtail pizza. Anyway, long story short, I happened to think about somewhere that we had went, and in my mind, it just seems like a dark place, like it was like brown or something, but it wasn't really brown. Anyway, long story short, I was reminding him about a pizza place because, pizza is my favorite, but pizza keep coming up as being, a catalyst to, people being kidnapped and things. Anyway, so this particular place, and I think it's in Maryland, and it was at a casino. They make all different types of pizzas, and so at this particular place they made a lamb pizza, and for some reason I thought we went to somewhere, but anyway, my son said we was at a casino. Don't know why that came out, don't know why that memory came back, but literally it's stuff that's flowing back in, right? We got delays that redirect timing, putting you in other places. Mind you, I told y'all yesterday I pulled up to the light and there was a car off to the side. Don't know how that car got there because it should not have got there. There's a 2-lane road. The other road where that car was is used as traffic going the other way. Everybody just redirected themselves around the car like nothing happened. Nobody blew the horn. Nobody said nothing. It was strange. Yesterday was just strange altogether. Last night was strange. All of a sudden, certain places have fog, and it's the moving fog, but the thing about the fog was I noticed that it moved in waves. That was weird. Anyway, take it how it resonates. But happening again. So delays that redirect timing. Nothing is a random occurrence. Adjustments that are happening happening behind the scenes. Also, we talked about what's done in the dark shall come into the light, because although people are gloating or being able to, have conversation and balls and grandeur happening, meanwhile on the flip side of that is people, sleeping in caravans and cars and this, that, and the third, and they're trying to put people off the side of the roads because they're saying everybody's living in this, they done moved into campers and all this other stuff, acting as if it is this is a choice for some people. No, it is the what is it, the sign of the times. It's the sign of the times. And then come to find out, a lot of people that are living in some of these campers and things of that nature are veterans and things of that nature, and they should be being treated better. But meanwhile, people are having balls and things of grandeur, okay, while you're you're being told to figure out how to create a $3 meal. At this point, it's best for you not to eat nothing. All right, because also I got a video, and I think I might have shared it. It might just be on saved, but it's talking about one of the food chains, Subway, and basically something about their bread and some other stuff. And mind you, nothing is good for us to eat. But also in the process of that, these people have been doing this stuff for years. And mind you, it was talking about, like, the Subway shit is amazing because ain't no way, even their franchise, like how they do their franchisees are crazy. And also, it pissed me off because I was always eating tuna. Come to find out, ain't no tuna in the tuna. And when I was out over the road, I would eat tuna a lot. So I don't know, but I think I want to sue Subway. So there's that. Anyway, what the collective needs to know right now: slow movement is protective, not punishment. Many are interpreting delays as rejection. In reality, energy is preventing premature decisions. Something is still unfolding that you cannot fully see yet. So remember, I said we still have to have all the truth. And so where some people are saying the way this person is talking, they're lying. But meanwhile, they're not lying to the people that they are targeting to be talking to. They're lying to you because in your mind, you don't see what the heck they see because it's not benefiting you. But the people that is benefiting, he's not lying to them. And you have to remember, all the timelines are running the same. The wealthy, the impoverished, the middle. Like, remember, they're trying to separate and they want to make it this and this. Right? And so on this aspect, the people that he's definitely targeting and directly speaking to that are in the building, mind you, it's also crazy because some people in the building still don't qualify either. They just have a seat at the table, but mind you, for how long? So that's the thing too. I got 2 gift cards for Subway due to even swap, and now I'm stuck with them. Girl, Subway is horrible. Like, literally, listen. This shit is crazy. And mind you, like I said, Subway was like one of my options. Like, oh, it's the healthy, this, that, and the third. No, this shit is horrible.
Become a sponsor and feed.
Yo, I'm telling you, they've been playing in our face for a whole long time. Like, this is outrageous. Mind y'all, also, let me tell y'all something. Don't sign no contracts that ain't no everybody's not signing right in your face. Okay? Because literally one of the things that I was actually looking at this morning as well is you know how they tell you sign it and then they sign it later because they're changing contracts right behind you. And then also, if there's something in a contract that you don't like, cross it out because you get to do that too. And then you sign it that way. So then that way, But anyway, let me see. Did I repost this?
Subway's bread contained azotocarbonamide. Never heard of it? You've definitely stepped on it. That's the same chemical used to make yoga mats and shoe soles nice and foamy. Appetizing, right?
Yoga mats and shoe foam is what he said.
Subway's bread contained azotocarbonamide. Never heard of it? You've definitely stepped on it. That's the same chemical used to make yoga mats and shoe soles nice and foamy. Appetizing, right? Now here's what really gets me. This stuff is completely banned in food across Europe and Australia. They looked at it and said absolutely not. But the FDA? They allow up to 45 parts per million in American bread. Land of the free, home of the yoga mat sandwich. Subway's initial response was basically a corporate shrug. They defended using it. But when thousands of customers started freaking out, suddenly they could remove it. Within months, it was gone from their recipe. Which raises an obvious question. If they could switch to a safer alternative that quickly, why weren't they using it all along?
Don't skip the part where the FDA allowed it. And I don't know who's in charge of the FDA, but I'm trying to tell you, everybody in the system needs to be fired. Like, literally, that's one of the things when the man started firing people, he wasn't wrong. These mother suckers need to be fired.
Money. That's why. But wait, it gets worse. When azotocarbonamide breaks down during baking, it can form something called urethane. The EPA lists that as a probable human carcinogen. So for over a decade, Subway customers were unknowingly eating bread with potential cancer-causing breakdown products.
Katrina said a lot of the things that our government allows here are banned in other countries. She's not lying.
10 years. That's how long this went on before a blogger caught them. And if they were hiding yoga mat chemical...
And Abby said facts, but y'all heard what they said. A blogger caught them, not the FDA, not nobody that should be checking, a blogger. And y'all gonna hear that consistently throughout this thing. It's weird because y'all gonna be mad. And again, Subway should be on the list of, you know, boycotting, but people gonna forget and you're gonna stop there because you're gonna need a, you know, afternoon lunch, this, that, and the third. You wanna be quick. But y'all better start literally growing your own stuff and putting your own meals together. Because these people are disgusting. And they don't care about us.
In plain sight, you have to wonder what else is lurking in their ingredients. Turns out, their chicken might be the biggest scandal of all. So here's where things get really messy. In 2017, CBC Marketplace decided to test fast food chicken. They sent samples from multiple chains to a lab for DNA analysis. Most came back around 90 to 95% chicken. Solid numbers. Expected results. Then Subway's results arrived. Their oven-roasted chicken? Only 53.6% actual chicken DNA.
Chicken is supposed to be chicken. 100% chicken. It's like also when y'all go into the grocery store, make sure y'all say rice, because if you look at the ingredients, your rice is not saying rice. Only a select few group of the rices are saying rice. I went in the grocery store myself, and now I'm having to make sure that the rice says rice, because you could be eating plastic. And chicken should say chicken. Abby said, because even when them flies, you're right. They looking for something and they need help finding. Oh, the files, yes. This is the same thing. It took a blogger. Oh, it gets worse, Abby. Like, these niggas is crazy. Like I said, them is the R's, okay? Subway is the R.
Strips? Even worse. 42.8%. Let that sink in. You're ordering chicken, but nearly half of what you're eating is soy filler. Now, Subway didn't just get upset. They got lawsuit upset. $210 million worth of upset. They sued CBC for defamation, claiming the testing was flawed and their reputation was damaged. But here's the kicker. They dropped the lawsuit. Never went to trial. Never disproved those findings in court. Just quietly walked away. For comparison, real chicken breast from your grocery store tests at 100% chicken DNA, because that's what chicken is supposed to be. Chicken. The soy protein mixed into Subway's version serves a sneaky purpose, too. It absorbs water during cooking, which artificially pumps up the weight. You're paying chicken prices for waterlogged soy. When confronted, Subway claimed their own internal tests showed 100% chicken content. Totally legit chicken, they promised. But when asked to share their testing methods, crickets. When asked to allow independent verification, more crickets. And
So they won't allow nobody else to go behind them and test in their facility, like where they have their meat and everything, where it's coming from. They don't want nobody going in there, so they basically go blank. And Katrina said, after growing up on this type of shit, we end up riddled with disease. Now, this is the thing. So they're feeding us because, you know, we going to do their food, this, that, and the third. Then they'll say that, you know, oh, your health is breaking down, and it's why people got, you know, stomach, this, that, and the third, and liver and kidney and da-da-da-da-da, whatever everybody's saying. And then remember that they're also in control of the medical and the health care. And also remember they're in control of the medicines and this, that, and the third. So it is a cycle of sickness. This is what these people have put us in. And this is what, and it's all for money. This is why them people in different countries use their greed against them. But mind you, also we are part of the problem because we're being consumers, and we will not actively stick to not, like, we could take all of these companies down by not going to any of them. Everybody take your ass in your home, in your kitchen, and do what you need to do. And also, whatever they start sending some of this food over there, because remember, they put in this, that, or the third in it. Start buying your stuff from local farmers and things of that nature. We are a part of the problem. There is a system, a chain that they have. And as you see, their food, because the FDA clearly is not checking none of this. So this is another reason why I said I ain't advocating for nobody, but the fact that this nigga went in there and fired everybody should be fired. Because it shouldn't take a blogger to figure this out. It should take a person, the blogger and us, knowing that why are people constantly sick running around here? Because of them. It's a whole system to keep them. That's why I said he's not lying to them. So if there's people in the medical, pharmaceutical, area sitting there, if it's people in the food industry sitting there, if it's people in this, if he's talking to them, he's not lying. They're making money hand over fist by poisoning who? Your kids and you.
Meat products? That's a whole different health nightmare waiting ahead. Here's where things get genuinely dangerous. Every food safety expert...
It wasn't dangerous yet. He said, here's where it gets dangerous. Y'all heard him, right? Okay.
...will tell you the same thing. Keep cold food below 40 degrees. Keep hot food above 140. Anything between those temperatures? That's the danger zone. Bacteria doubles every 20 minutes in that range. And Subway's setup practically invites temperature problems. Those open-top meat containers behind the counter? Every single time an employee reaches in, cold air escapes. Multiply that by hundreds of customers per day, and you've got meat that's constantly fluctuating in temperature. A 2019 health inspection sweep across major cities found 34% of Subway locations had at least one critical temperature violation. That's more than 1 in 3 stores failing on the most basic food safety measure. Now, employees are supposed to check meat temperatures every 4 hours with thermometers. Supposed to, but undercover investigations revealed many skip this step entirely during busy periods. Makes sense when you think about it. You've got a line out the door, someone's demanding extra mayo, and suddenly checking the turkey temperature falls off the priority list. Then there's the sneeze guard situation. It only blocks from one direction. Meanwhile, employees who just handled cash are reaching directly over your meat, over and over again. But here's what really bothered me. Leftover meat from the display case gets refrigerated overnight and served the next day, then exposed again, then refrigerated again. Multiple temperature abuse cycles before it ever hits your sandwich. And we haven't even talked about what's hiding in all that salt yet.
Now, the other thing now, just imagine how many times you've been to Subway, right? And they make your sandwich and they put a certain amount of meat on it, right? Mind you, you already know they're not too what's the word, generous with the meat, right? But mind you, the meat that they're giving you, some of it is not even, it's not 100%. And then secondly, it's being pumped with water. So not only are they giving you a little bit, but mind you, even less when you realize that, you know, it's full of water. The greed, like literally this system, like everywhere it is based off of greed. They're making big time money behind this. Like, wait till you hear this shit. This is crazy.
Let's talk about the silent killer hiding in every Subway sandwich. Salt. A single 6-inch cold cut combo packs 1,290 milligrams of sodium. That's more than half your entire daily limit. And you haven't even added cheese yet. But here's where it gets ridiculous. Order a foot-long spicy Italian, and the meat alone hits 2,480 milligrams. Your whole day's worth of sodium in one sandwich before lunch. Why so much salt? Because Subway literally injects their turkey with salt solutions. It's not for flavor, it's for weight. More water retention means heavier meat. Heavier meat means you're paying turkey prices for salt water.
I just literally said that they did it also with the chicken. Now, I mean, and how many people stop there for lunch? And they're figuring out ways to get over when you're already paying. Like, this system don't care about us at all, period.
Genius for them. Not so great for your blood pressure. And the health consequences aren't some distant maybe. High sodium in processed meats directly increases your risk of heart disease, stroke, and hypertension. Especially...
So one person paying to help this person. So these people are in cahoots and in bed with these people to help them to keep the system going. Feed you poison, send you to the doctor, they give you medicine, you go eat. It's like a whole little thing, and we keep going and going and going. She said, I don't even want to give these gift cards to nobody. You shouldn't. Like, at the end of the day, like,
over 50. Now you
it's a shame.
I'll just order the veggie delete. Problem solved. Not quite. The bread alone contains 310 milligrams of sodium. The vegetables sitting on top of it, the bread beneath it is already working against you. Here's a yoga mat. 3 slices of Subway ham contain more salt than an entire bag of potato chips. Let that sink in. You'd be better off nutritionally crushing Lay's between 2 pieces of bread. But sodium isn't even the strangest thing about Subway's meat. Wait until you hear how they actually construct it. Here's where things get genuinely weird. That carved turkey at Subway? Nobody carved anything. It's actually turkey scraps that got thrown into an industrial blender, emulsified into paste, mixed with binders, pressed into molds, then sliced to look like someone hand-carved it from an actual bird.
So mind you, it looked like it was sliced because their meat be looking like it's sliced because remember they pulled it out on this paper. Katrina said it's a vicious cycle that's hard to break living here in the U.S. It's hard to get live food, meaning things that have seeds. The government is putting the pinch on anything that makes it so you can have your own healthy food, and that's a daggone fact. Mind you, it's so many people. If you look at look up like videos and reels and things of that nature, and Abby Gray said no more Subway for me. It's a vicious cycle. And Katrina said she had just got some Subway gift cards and she don't even want to give them to nobody. Other people said that when they go outside of the U.S. and they eat food, they lose weight. Like literally the fact that them eating healthier in other countries, it is when they come here. People that come over here from other countries said when they come over here, they gain weight because of whatever they're putting in our food. This is your kids. This is the reason why. Remember during the time when all of a sudden now the young girls look older than they should? And they kept saying, oh, it was the hormones, it was this, it was that, it was all of these things. Meanwhile, we didn't even realize how much stuff they were really actually putting in there. But this is the reason why all of a sudden, you know, and again, I ain't no doctor, but if y'all notice, cycles started early. I mean, ain't nobody gonna tell me a lot of these things were not intentional, because if y'all looking at them files and y'all seeing how they was trying to do, you know, impregnation and this, that, and the third, cycle starting early in the Bible, when you become a woman when your cycle started. Is that not how that was going? Like all of a sudden your cycle starts, and now the pedos, because oh, she's an adult if she can have a baby. But mind you, they're not letting your body naturally do it. They're doing stuff and helping you on up out of here early.
Alert. They didn't. And the roast beef? It goes through something called transglutaminase treatment. Fancy name, right? It's basically meat glue. Enzymes that bond tiny meat pieces into larger slabs that look like they came from one piece of beef. The wild part is this. The meat touching the outside of your sandwich might have come from a completely different animal than the meat in the middle. Same slice. Different sources. Glued together.
That is crazy. Little Abby Grace said the same too. She said meat glue. And then Katrina said, I got to the point where I'm afraid to eat chicken that's not on the bone unless I can actually see the grain in it. I'm terrified of chicken nuggets in any form. Listen, you are not wrong. Me too. And then it's like all of the hormones that they're pumping into the meats has our girls looking like women before puberty. The boys are grown titties now too. I'm trying. Like, and then they keep coming up with all this. This is why you can't trust them and their science, because then they'll say, oh, at this point it is this, that, and third. Like, that's why I said before, how many times have y'all heard me say, I don't care what's in them books. Them people be lying. They have been doing it for forever and a day. You got to have some type of discernment, because guess what? If you're staying for nothing, you fall for anything. And here we are. This the FDA. Mind you, I'm thankful that I never eat roast beef at all, period, in any form. But at the end of the day, like the fast food industry has to be stopped. And that's period, on God.
Protein Frankenstein. My grandfather used to say, real roast beef should fall apart when you slice it too thin. Subway's holds together like it's got a grudge against gravity. Now I know why. These bonding points where different meat pieces meet, they're bacterial playgrounds. Extra preservatives get pumped in just to keep those seams from becoming petri dishes. Ever wonder why every single Subway meat slice is perfectly circular? Nature doesn't do perfect circles. Your forearm isn't perfectly round. A turkey breast definitely isn't. That geometric precision is the fingerprint of industrial molds pressing.
Because what it's showing you is that in that other clip, it was showing you, like, if you take a chicken or something, a chicken breast, and you carve it, you know how it'll have like it'll have different shapes and different sizes. And they're saying like how this, because it's gelatinized and it's into a mold, this the reason why it's perfectly circle, because it's not real. I mean, it's got some of it in it, but not.
Shapes.
It got other stuff
The
added.
industry actually has a term for this. Reformed meat. But here's what they really don't want you thinking about. What exactly goes into that tuna? Now here's where things get really fishy. Literally.
I was mad because this is what I used to eat.
In 2021, the New York Times decided to test Subway's tuna. They sent samples from multiple locations to a marine biology lab. The results? No identifiable tuna DNA. None. Zero. The lab's conclusion was brutal. They said the tuna was so heavily processed that whatever meat was there wasn't identifiable anymore. That's science speak for, we have no idea what you're eating. But wait, it gets weirder. A separate lawsuit popped up claiming Subway's tuna.
I want to be an attorney for this reason, because I want to sue the hell out of everybody. Like, I want to sue every fast food restaurant there is, and anybody else in the government that we get sued, because literally I feel like, and not that that's going to make it better, But I feel like we got to start to do better with ourselves. And Katrina said, Taco Bell uses sawdust as a filler in their ground beef. Where does it end? I don't know. I ain't never heard it, but I ain't too listen. Mind you, and I like Taco Bell. That's the thing. But I've been trying to stay away from everything. She said, "Wow, hey Glam Team, why welcome? Thank you for being here." Katrina, Abby Gray still stuck at the meat glue. Y'all, when I found this morning, I was like, this is wild.
Was actually a mixture of various concoctions that do not constitute tuna. The case eventually got dismissed, but not before people started asking serious questions.
I didn't know.
What's actually in that tuna salad?
But I want to know
There are
now.
a dozen ingredients beyond fish. We're talking soy, modified food starch, various gums and binders. Your grandma's tuna salad had mayo and maybe some celery. Subway's has a chemistry set. Subway fired back.
It said this shit got a chemistry. That's crazy. Hey Glam Team, welcome. Thank you for being here. Letitia, hi, welcome for being here. Letitia said, Glam Team said, we must all start taking all these people to court. Yes, because when you start hitting them in their pockets and shit like that, they'll start fixing it. Mind you, like, how hard is it to do the right thing? Like, how hard is, and mind you, the reason why we should take them to court is because you sold me something and you lied. That's a lie. If I'm thinking that I'm eating tuna and I'm not eating tuna, you lied. So you basically stole my money. So that's why I want to take them to court. And why are you selling stuff that like you selling me water when I asked for chicken? So that's a real thing. So I think there is a case like this the reason why I should be an attorney, like for real. Like at the end of the day, because I'll sue the hell out of their ass. Class actions for everybody. You get a class action. You get a class action because if you thought you was buying tuna and you didn't, that's a lawsuit. Mind you, not to mention any health ramifications that everybody could be experiencing by then, but for that. Why is that all of a sudden, I told y'all even from the beginning when we started this, I said women's vajayjays falling out the walls. A lot of people having to go to dialysis. A lot of people having like stomach issues, this and a third. Clearly something is wrong. And if it wasn't happening before, then something they have done is now creating and causing that. And we have a case. And so when they start getting sued, but also we have to do better. Let's stop going there. Remember, the other part is, remember when the mom and pop stores were the best? Like they would be cooking the food right then and there. They had a supply chain right to butchers and things of that nature. Like literally we got to go back. We got to now stop making it easy and convenient and things of that nature for these people to come in and create, oh, it's going to be faster. Yeah, but then you're going to be eating meat glue. It's going to be this. Yeah, but then you're not going to be having real food. And she said, yep, that's fraud. Glam Team said that's fraud. Katrina said, but way to get worse. Yes, exactly. Great to be with you again. Thank you, Glam Team, for being here. And she said, yeah, class action out now, period. Mass, all of them. Everybody. Every single one of these fast food stores that's doing stuff like this, they need to have a class action.
Hard.
And I don't know if y'all seen the thing with the McDonald's CEO. If y'all have not seen that, go look that up because this man didn't even want to touch that stuff. That's what was crazy. He literally, like, the way he even was holding that burger was like he didn't want to touch it. And if this man is making money off of it, he don't want to touch it. He don't want to ingest it. He knows something. That's crazy. And Katrina said, yes, we actually saw them making the patties for the burgers.
They insisted their tuna is 100% real skipjack and yellowfin. Totally legitimate. Nothing to see here. So let them prove it, right? Nope. They refuse to allow independent observers into their supply chain. If your tuna...
And I also think this, if you're going to be a person that's going to do that and you're going to have like big box chains and this, that, and the third, it has to be inspected by somebody outside. You cannot be the person that's doing it. It needs to always be somebody going in there at least once a month, like literally, because you got to keep an eye on these niggas. So if in fact anything happens, this is one of the things that needs to be changed. Like, it has to be somebody outside of them being tested, and these people can't take money from nobody, because once they start being allowed to take money or lobby in any form of fashion, they become compromised. So it has to be an independent testing source. You are not allowed to take any money from anybody, and everything has to be done on the books and legit. And I need somebody watching them to make sure that their finances don't allow for it to be anybody able to manipulate. So if you see the problem, we can figure out how to fix a lot of these things. FDA, everybody in there fired. If you don't go through there, and mind you, the FDA needs to be monitored too. So if that system comes back up, it has to be something put in play to make sure that they can't be taking bribes and this, that, and the third to allow for none of it. It can't be nothing, no outside source of nothing. No feces, no nothing. They allow for certain things to come in there. Have y'all go look up videos of China and how their food gets made. Like, these people, even before they get to work to touch the food, gotta go through different processes to make sure everything is being cleaned. Anything that comes from outside has to be cleaned off, blown off. They gotta go through this process, shoes, everything. And before you even get to touching some food, so it can be done. Other places outside of here are showing us. These people, the process that they going through ain't right. And so it can be done. Those for somebody saying, oh, it can't be done. Yeah, it can. Because other countries are doing it. Mind you, we supposed to be the leading. We are so far behind. Like, these niggas ain't even fixing potholes on the road. It's taking them 30,000 months to fix a fucking bridge. Mind you, everybody working. So something's not right. It's mismanagement of the funds. Whole system dismantled. Everybody kicked out. And like I said, all them people with all their money, God, send them to their own planet. Let them take their money and only let them go. And mind you, yeah, get them going. Get them up out of there, because they not right. I told y'all I could do a better job. At this point, y'all wouldn't be eating poison, I'll tell you that. Katrina said, now the ground beef is full of pink slime. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm getting at. We the people need to test it and fund it. We the people is testing and funding a lot of stuff in other foreign countries. All our money is going outside of the country to somebody else. So we doing testing. It just ain't on our stuff. We are the test dummies over here. Cross-contamination. That's why the people need to start doing all this stuff. Exactly. Glam team, Melissa said cross-contamination. Glam team said that's why the people need to start doing all the testing. Like I said, I volunteer because literally these niggas got me fucked up. She said Abby said over here we let people take the smoke breaks and come right back in and start touching food. And period. But over there, they take this food stuff seriously. You're not allowed to just be out here doing any God-given thing and then going and touching people's food. And mind you, she said, me too, I'll volunteer. Glam Team said she'll volunteer too, period. I mean, at the end of the day, we would do a better job because at least we know better. At least we care.
It's real. Why not just show everyone? Here's the kicker, though. Internal documents revealed Subway only requires suppliers to certify 99.5% tuna content. That remaining 0.5% could be literally anything. Makes you wonder what else might be hiding in plain sight. Speaking of hidden things, the profit margins on Subway meat would make your jaw drop. Here's where Subway really gets you. That $9 foot-long you just ordered? The meat inside cost Subway about 50 cents. That's a 1,700%.
Y'all did hear what they said, right? It cost them 50 cents. And I know anybody that's listening to this, we not on a break. We literally, this is part of the spiritual issue. Like, y'all have to realize, like, the food, like the cycle, the endless cycle of. So the food also being a part of putting it into your body, you ingesting stuff is giving you low vibration. Like, literally, it's a spiritual, like, being spiritually aware is everything. The things that we put in our mouth, the things that we surround ourselves with, the water, everything, because, again, you can program water. Your body's water. your body is a high percent of water. And so if you're putting this type of stuff in the body, not to mention the chemicals and this and the third, like, can you imagine the elevation, the spiritual elevation that we would probably be at if we have not been allowing them this whole entire time to be poisonous from the beginning? So if you can't see the spiritual connection with this, then you literally still are not awake at all, period. It starts with this. It's a cycle to keep us low vibrational and sick. So, and the only reason why I'm saying that is because I noticed like the numbers start doing this, that, and the third. That's because people probably thinking they're just playing around with this. No. Your food is what you're putting into your body. This is why why people snapping and this, that, and the third, because it's not matching your vibration. It's not matching your frequency. It's creating disease, dis-ease in your system. Your system is saying, I don't like it. I don't need it. I don't want it. Meanwhile, you going and thinking you getting a healthier option. Thank you, Cash. You getting a happier, a healthier option. Mind you, no ma'am, no ham. Your spiritual vibration is being broken down in this system just like this. They're doing it intentionally. So if you don't see that, then you're going to need to go back to the drawing board. Just go ahead back to sleep and let them keep doing what they're doing, because at the end of the day, and then like she said over here, Katrina said, people in other countries living to be 173 years old because they don't have all this crap in their food. It's connecting to your spiritual elevation. This food is also a part of the problem. Take it how it resonates.
Markup on the protein portion alone. My first car had a smaller markup than that.
Thank you, Cash.
It's not an accident. See, all that processing we've talked about, the restructuring, the fillers, the soy protein, it's not just about shelf life. It's about profit. Restructured meat products.
These niggas are selling a 50-cent sandwich for $9. But mind you, they're also doing it to the people that have franchises with them.
Use 40% less actual animal protein than whole muscle cuts. So when they're grinding up scraps and gluing them back together, they're laughing all the way to the bank.
Mind you, if you're water and you're programming water and they're feeding you scraps, it's telling you your body scraps. Remember, if you take the water and you talk good, beautiful things into the water, it becomes beautiful. But if you talk scraps and trash to the water, here we are with scraps and trash as bodies.
But here's the part that even surprised me. Franchisees, the people actually running these stores, get squeezed too. Subway requires them to buy all ingredients through approved suppliers. Fair enough, right? Except those suppliers charge 15 to 20% above market rates. The company makes money selling franchise rights.
And they're making money off the people that they franchise. Now, is that not reminding you that they just said, and they was in Congress when they was doing that thing with them people, the man said they own the pharmacy, they own the medical insurance, they own it. Like, y'all, we literally have to start thinking and paying attention. Like, these people are literally, it's a whole insurance. You buy this, and then you have to have the insurance. Then the insurance does this, and then it's like, it is a cycle, right? They're funneling the money right back into their system and not into us. But they're tearing us down. When they freeze, the water is crazy. Listen, we have to really start thinking bigger, because they already done it. It's an endless trap. It's an endless cycle. And mind you, with us being the detriment.
And makes money again on every single delivery. Meanwhile, you could make a better sandwich at home. Real deli meat from your grocery store, actual bread, fresh vegetables. Total cost, about $2.50.
And you ain't gonna die.
That didn't require a chemistry degree to understand the ingredients list. The profit margin on Subway's meats approaches 85%. Traditional delis using whole muscle cuts, They're working with 30 to 40% margins. So you're paying premium prices for economy-grade ingredients. But the markup isn't even the worst part. Wait until you hear what happens to that meat while it sits in that glass display case all day. Now, here's where things get genuinely gross. That glass display case looks clean, professional even. But what's happening to those meats under that lighting? Nothing good. Fluorescent lights cause oxidation. Sounds fancy, but it basically means the vitamins in that meat start breaking down within hours. Studies show deli meats lose up to 25% of their B vitamins within 48 hours of being sliced and displayed. You're paying for nutrition that's literally evaporating under the lights. Ever notice how the meat always looks wet and shiny? That's not natural juiciness, my friend. Employees...
Okay, so this thing is saying something about gifting. I ain't said nothing about no gifting. All right, I don't know what happened, but it literally said something. So who did what? Somebody came in here and they said my live got suspended for something. I don't know what they're talking about because I ain't said nothing. I'm sitting here listening to this and then something happened and they suspended my live. So what happened and who did what? And whatever it was, please don't do it again because I don't know what the hell just happened. I'm literally listening to this and then now I'm getting... Yeah, like I appealed it, but whatever that was, I don't even know what they're talking about. They said something about something I'm not talking about. I ain't said nothing.
Regularly spray the meat with water to prevent that dried out look. Great for appearance, terrible for flavor. And hey, you're paying by weight for that added water. But wait, there's more. Cross-contamination runs rampant. One employee touches the turkey, then the ham.
They said Subway already on your heels. Apparently, because something happened, like, and she's saying the same thing. Nobody said nothing. I just scrolled through the chat. Nobody said nothing about what they said. We're listening, and so they said Subway already on my heels, period. Glam Team said, I honestly believe if the people treated each other better, if we love, respect, and protect each other, a lot of these companies and governments won't be able to do this stuff if they all Americans work. And you're not wrong. That's a fact. That is a fact. And Abby said, Cash said it's too much sauce. And Abby said, I'm watching the chat. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. So whatever that was, they just gave me a suspension for... But what they said was something about activity. Like, what are y'all talking about? That's strange. Like, but they be on some mess. So maybe they sent Subway to get me. I ain't even said it. Look, let me say, this is what's being given. This is from Buy Smart America. Exactly what Glam Team just said. The person that did it, that has it says Financial Flash. This ain't Tylishia. This is us listening to information. Don't try to blame me. I told you, they always try and kill the messenger. Either way, they making hand over fist. So here we go, finish.
Then your chicken. Same gloves, different meats. Allergens and bacteria just hitching rides across the entire display. Makes sense, right? When you're rushing through a lunch crowd, changing gloves feels optional. The shiny appearance also comes from phosphate solutions, not moisture from quality meat. Chemical additives making processed products look appetizing. And by closing time...
Chemical additives. Stuff that shouldn't even have to be in there, because when you go in and you're asking for fresh food, because that's what you think that you're getting when you're going to places like this. But mind you, chemical additives.
Those meats have been handled dozens of times. Breathed on constantly. Temperatures
By
suffered
them.
through multiple rushes. The bacterial load at 9 p.m. is dramatically higher than at opening. My grandmother used to say, anything sitting out all day belongs in the trash. Subway says it belongs on your sandwich. So what does all this mean for you? Subway's bread contains
So that was the end of it.
azotocarbonamide.
But yes, so I seen that this morning, and so I saved it. I can put it on
Never
share.
heard of
I
it?
think I
You've
reposted it. So
definitely
if you want to see it, you can go look at it. It is reposted. So anyway, like I said, it being part of, you know, spiritual communication and talking, because we got to watch what we are ingesting. We got to watch what we're putting into our system, because it's also blocking us spiritually. Okay. Anyway, so we were talking about delays and redirect timing. Nothing random is occurring. Adjustments are happening behind the scenes. So what the collective needs to know: slow movement is protective, not punitive, not punishment. Many are interpreting delays as rejection. In reality, energy is preventing premature decisions. Something is unfolding that we cannot see yet, because remember I said we have to have all the information. Lunch rush and then them not changing gloves is diabolical. Listen, when I was going to Subway, at least I'll make them change the gloves, but still, look what we was eating. The gloves didn't even matter. Shoot, now we just need to get our immune system together. Emotional clarity comes from external exchange. The collective is being guided inward first. Once internal truth is acknowledged, outer circumstances will begin to shift quickly, because we have to know this stuff first. And so knowing is half the battle. Like I said, G.I. Joe. The more you know, the more you grow. Mind you, they've been telling us this the whole entire time. We need to pay attention, right? All right, so we got boundaries are major lessons right now. Energy today highlights where people overgive, overexplain, overcarry responsibilities that are not theirs. Rebalancing personal energy is essential. We have to do that. Hey, Aunt Louise. We have old cycles are losing power, because like I said, now that we're paying attention, now that we're realizing that these people did not, you know, care about us, they've been doing what they needed to be doing for their pockets, and it being a cycle and a system that wasn't beneficial to us, the people. It was basically creating this dis-ease in us, okay? Disease. So patterns tied to fear, people pleasing, attachments, or past identities are weakening. Some may feel restless because they are outgrowing familiar rules, right? So I asked about numbers being given, because for some reason it keeps being numbers that are mirroring, but also numbers that we need to pay attention to. So if you're seeing three's coming up: alignment and expression, communication, creativity, and speaking honestly. Important conversations may occur and need to happen. Definitely in the system, because I told y'all it's going to be old people trying to come around, trying to call, trying to get themselves close to, you know, whatever union communication, but also whatever is happening into the system, the patriarchy and the matriarchy, because those are two things: divine feminine, divine masculine, all these things going hand in hand, but you know, simultaneously, this happening, all these timelines, but everything merging all at once. So it seems like it's a lot, it's chaos, because it's this and this, and everything kind of merging and showing where one thing is needed and necessary, or everything is needed and necessary, but it needs to be some type of order, you know, placements. 7. So if you're seeing 7s, reflection and spiritual awareness, a strong introspection, vibration, answers coming through, observation rather than action, like we're paying attention. We see now, whereas certain things would just probably go over our head. Like, why the hell would you be putting a mat inside of bread? Why is the bread lasting so long? These are questions that everybody's been asking, but nobody has physically said we shouldn't be eating this because of, or why is this happening in relationships? Like, we know that this is happening, but why is nobody paying attention? Whatever's happening on the work scene, why is it that everybody's losing their job, but people's going crazy because nobody has a job? But if we're being honest, all of these mother suckers, a lot of them needed to be fired anyway. So yes, it's a sad situation wherever, you know, this is happening, the economy, but how many of these people was actually doing their job? Clearly the FDA wasn't doing their job. They need to be fired like 5 times. They should have been fired for 5 lifetimes. You're not allowed to look at food, consume food, don't touch nothing, because you didn't care about nobody's wealth or health or well-being. Intuitive activation, heightened sensitivity. Many may notice stronger intuitive intuition, vivid dreams, or symbolic experiences. Do you know how strong of a person and how resilient we have to be able to still awaken and enlighten at this moment in time with everything that they have done? Like, that's got to be a superpower all on its own. Because this is not new. This has been embedded in our system for so long. And just imagine how many people are still waking up, even going through eating some of this stuff, even being involved in some of the situations. And yet people still are striving and have elevated enough to be able to wake up still, though they were trying to suppress the system. Can you imagine how strong of a people we will actually really be once we get some of these things out of the system? Because we still woke up in this mess. That should tell you a lot. So it should also tell them a lot. That when we really actually get it together and we're actively embodying the enlightenment and the wokeness that they be so mad at, everybody still woke up while eating trash, unbeknownst to us. The man sat there and he wouldn't touch his own burger. They have made billions of dollars off of this, and he wouldn't eat his own burger. He faked like he was eating it. He didn't want to touch that, which is also crazy. Like, his whole everything, the way he was acting was, yeah, that's what it said. It says, gifting suspended for 10 minutes. This behavior is not in line with our policies. Gifting is suspended for 10 minutes in this live. Reason, limited interaction. Learn more of the rules. So I don't know what it was like, somebody must have gave me six, because it says 6 cents. Like, these people are crazy. I don't understand how you could be mad at somebody giving me 6 cents and you trying to say that gifting, it's almost as if they didn't want y'all to give me anything. So whoever gave the gifts and it created me having 6 cents, I'm telling y'all, whatever it is about my cash or about my money, these people be so mad, because how you gonna be mad at somebody? That's what they saying. That's what the thing was. So that's why I said gifted was suspended. Try sharing something fun to get the chat going. So because somebody came in and it threw some activity that my apparently is not used to having, so I'm not allowed to have 6 cents, y'all. That is crazy. Look at this shit. Like, I kid y'all not. This is weird. I got to show y'all this because this is unbelievable. You mean to tell me it got suspended? Y'all, we going to have to do better, because if they mad at me getting 6 cents, then that means we going to have to do better, because apparently that's crazy. Where's my camera at? Y'all got to see this shit. This is why it threw such an issue. It says 103 total views. And my gifting got suspended because somebody gave me 6 cents. Now make this shit make sense. Can y'all read that shit? Now can y'all see this? Somebody came in TikTok and gave me, I think it must have been Cash. Cash, when you gave me the roses. So whatever that was, it suspended my channel. But I ain't said nothing about nothing. And it was 6 cents. And thank you, Cash. I ain't saying nothing minimizing you. Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can make it bigger. I definitely appreciate it, but apparently TikTok is on some weird, real random weird stuff. Can you see it now, Abby? That's crazy. Thank you, Cash. Because that's out of control. So we got alignment. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all. That is crazy. Like, I didn't know what was happening. That's why I went to go check it. Like, what did they say? Because I didn't do anything wrong. We ain't said nothing. But that's what it was. So completion and release. Something is reaching emotional closure. Letting go creates space for new phases beginning soon. So intuitive action, heightened sensitivity. Many may notice stronger intuition, vivid dreams, or symbolic experiences. All right. So I already said something about the dreams getting a little bit more hectic and things. Hey Chico, where he at? Oh, he sent something. I thought he was in here. Right. Tell him. I'm trying to tell you that was crazy. Like that didn't even make no sense. Building foundations, long-term decisions. Cause I'm thinking like I ain't said nothing. I'm sitting here like nothing happened, and here they are with the BS. Hold on, y'all. Let me see. Glam Squad said, I know we woke up with them doing all this magic on us, and all that's nothing but the great spirit movement. You got that right. And like I said, we got to be a strong group of people for us to have woken up still, excuse me, through all of the processes, the spells, the this, the that. Like, so just imagine when we really actually shake it off, y'all. That is like a superpower all in its own. So building foundations, long-term decisions are forming now, even if results are not visible yet. So I'm going to go down here because I remember I put all of them things in here. So we didn't even go over our affirmations. Let me see. But I'm going to go down here because what I put in there, it was for prayer, blessings, naming being your birthright, prayer changes things, commitment to memory, woke up energy, because remember, I didn't even know why some of these things was coming, but now here we are. The woke up energy, but the powers that be want to put us back to sleep, but now we see, you know, they came through even with the food. And it's funny that I wrote that before we even got to the food thing, and then we still got to the same exact message. But anyway, so closed mouths don't get fed. Body language is important. Being open to receiving. Languages, verbal language, body language, nonverbal language, language expressions, gravity, atmosphere, divine feminine, fertility, the Bible, the Quran, the Kabbalah, and Torah, and tarot, manifestations. Thank you. Manifestations, healing. I told y'all about the excavator, full disclosure, but not being full disclosure. So they got to tell us, but they haven't been saying stuff. And then it was security clearance, right? All right, so here we go. Messages behind the prayer, blessings, and the awakening. The energy around these themes speak about remembering what was never truly lost. Prayer is not only about asking, it's about alignment. A blessing is not something granted from outside, it's something recognized. Once a person becomes conscious of their divine worth, your name is your birthright because identity carries your vibration. Throughout history, sacred texts teach that names hold purpose, calling, and spiritual authority. When you speak your intentions, you activate that authority. Do y'all know what y'all names mean? First, middle, and last. That's also connecting to your DNA, to your lineage, to your inheritance. So do you know what your name means? I'm sure you can put it in Google or anything else, or you can kind of go through, you know, experience past that. But if you don't know what your name means, you need to look it up. Because remember also the beginning, I was talking about the prayer to Jabez. His mother called him Jabez because she bore him in pain, which also means she actually cursed her son, but God granted him a blessing. So him being who he is, he still received a blessing. Oh, that you would bless me indeed and enlarge my territory, that your hand would be with me and that you would keep me from evil so I may not cause pain. His mother cursed him from day one. God granted him a blessing. Let's see. So even if you find out what your name is and it says something, you got to go to God about it. And being intentional. Because God granted him that, and then we don't know what happened. Maybe I can find him in a different book, but he was only in the Bible one time. Birth name or spiritual name. One, what you were given here, but also your spiritual name, which also leads me to the Akashic Records. Thank you. Period. I appreciate it. Birth name, but also spiritual name. So I don't know if y'all ever tried to do like the Akashic Records spiritual journey, like going through and doing a guided meditation, because you could potentially come up with that. One thing that I had was technically, and I don't want to say a block, but I did a spiritual journey, Akashic Records, spiritually led meditation, and it was amazing. It was very intriguing, but it was also very informative, but kind of creepy a little bit. So, you know, And there are some that you can do, you know, on YouTube or anything else, but be mindful. You have to be open, I guess. Open and wanting to do it. So take it how it resonates. Your name is your birthright because identity carries vibration. Throughout history, sacred texts teach that name holds purpose, calling, and spiritual authority. When you speak your intentions, you activate that authority. This is also about when people not knowing their dads and their fathers and this, that, and the third. And that's what I said. Like, whatever these people are doing, they are being very intentional. Because one thing that he said that when babies are born now, and that the man is in control right now, when babies are being born, they're going to be DNA tested to make sure that the father is the father. Now, to me, that's the right thing to do, because mother's baby, papa's maybe. But what is making them, what is their intentions behind it? Because for one, that's also your divine birthright. Like, what are they trying to tap into right now that's making them actually be aware of, let's make sure who the daddy is? Why are they literally trying to look for DNA, or why are they trying to meddle in the DNA? Spiritually, that's like one of the biggest things, because remember I said birthright is tied to the wealth transfer. Now, my mind just said, if they know it's tied to the wealth transfer and they know that their time is up, now what they could be trying to do is steal the next version, because they said destiny swap. Remember, there's a thing. Energetically, these people are already ahead of the game. What's for you will always be for you, but you have to always be mindful to claim what's yours and also pull your energy. But if they were trying to keep you asleep and you don't realize that you are destined for anything, if they start messing with the DNA, or they start now realizing who this person is and who this last name is and what this is and what this means, now they can energy harvest off of a direct target. Maybe, maybe not. But I think that's probably what it has to be, because why would they start to really try to get involved in that if they didn't before? They had already started with the last name thing. Like, if you're married to a person, it can't be this, you have to do this, that. Like, they had already started that. But now they're actively saying, when a baby's born, your baby's getting DNA tested. Katrina said, my name means pure, but my middle name, Monique, means counselor or advisor, in which definitely identify. Yes. And so that's important. People don't realize, like, even who your dad is, like your dad being the, you know, how to, and that could be a thing too with them because the patriarchy, but it could just also be like whoever your parents are in general. Your placement, your time of birth, like where you are. And actively, like, to me, I feel like that's giving these people too much information, because remember back in the day, you know, and we already go through the doctor's office, they mark your time of birth and this, that, and the third. But I said actively, this is still during the Game of Thrones, right? And even in the Game of Thrones or any of those old documents, remember the placement of the solar system at that time. Astrology was very important to people that was being born on this day. It's just like Jesus. For anybody saying, oh, well, astrology is not allowed in the Bible, well, guess what? There was a star in the sky when he was born. This is how they knew which direction where to go. So if it's illegal, then it was illegal then. Why is it there? So this is another one of those things where they get to do it, but if you do it, then you're demonic or you're this, that, and the third. Nah, they've been doing this. It's already there. So they knew, and so even back then, it wasn't no computers, it wasn't none of all this. They knew that Jesus was born because of the sign that was in the sky. So you're not going to tell me that they don't recognize who certain people are. If you're born under this transit, or you're born under this energetic da-da-da-da-da, then that means that you are going to be this. They're trying to tap in a little bit more than, you know. So that woke culture, they want to stay woke, but they don't want you to be woke. Okay? Take it how it resonates. Because these people are literally doing stuff, like actively doing stuff right in our face. And then trying to play on, you know, I need y'all to be dumb. Mind you, it's not in your energy. It's not in your system. It's not in your birthright to be dumb. It's in your birthright to overcome. No matter what these people are doing. Mind you, the alignment of whatever's happening right now is already told them they're done for. They are already done. But meanwhile, as you know, when a sinking ship is trying to go down, or people, the mightier they are, the mighty they are, the harder they fall. Something they said. But anyway, as a person is trying to, if they're falling down, thank you. They're literally grasping at straws, trying to figure out anything and everything they could get to try to, hold on to whatever it is they think they have. But remember, we started this when I said, it may seem like they're winning because they're having grand balls and they're telling you to figure out how to have $3. Eat and feed your children off of $3. Be a peasant. Mind you, we're having balls as if, we're kings and queens. They eat and getting fat and they're trying to starve the public, the people. Mind you, also sending our money, our tax dollars away in foreign countries and things of that nature, trying to pay off their debts for things, but not worried about what we have going on even here. We're being treated like second-class citizens. Mind you, we are supposed to be first in the world, but meanwhile, nothing about technology, nothing about our system is saying that our system is first. Everything is saying that we are totally behind every culture, everybody. Mind you, it's other people in different countries. And matter of fact, this is what I need to know. And somebody help me out on this because I keep seeing this man. And mind you, I ain't seen nobody do this yet, but I keep hearing people talk about it. And I'm either wanting people to either shut up and stop lying or show us how to do it. Because literally, this dude right here, I forgot what his name is, and they keep saying, oh, he's not a liar, he's not a this. Well, until somebody tell me legally how to do this and why don't more people know nothing about this, then I'm gonna be inclined to say, nigga, you're lying, okay? So let's talk about it. Or if you just talking about that there's money there, because everybody keeps saying, oh, no, he's not lying. Well, why he ain't done it yet? That's what I need to know. Where he at? It's this one particular dude. Everybody keeps saying this shit, but then, like I said, I ain't seen not nary one person come across here with the actual facts to this. So if it's not true, then I'm going to need all y'all to shut your ass up, or we going to be sending y'all along to the other side with the people, because y'all deserve to be, whatever it is you gonna be for lying to people. All right, anyway, I'm gonna just play a random person because this will explain what I mean.
You're going to need your CUSIP number, so let's look at the CUSIP number.
Can't play her.
You go to treasurydirect.gov, and then when this comes up, it looks like this, you're going to go right here to the savings bond calculator. So
it's basically saying how much is in your birth certificate, bond, trust, or whatever that is.
What if I told you were worth millions of dollars? I done went on Fidelity.com and I done used my motherfucking social security card using the CUSIP number on the back. When I use a control number on Fidelity.com.
Thank you, Cash. That's cute. I like that.
We clicking this shit together, motherfuckers.
This video was in response to people saying that there is no hidden trust account or hidden money.
All right, so if you have a hidden trust account or you have hidden money and they're saying that it's there, why are we not allowed to access it? And what's up with that? Because if that's the case, and there's people saying that you can access it, like if y'all just telling us and talking about it, that's one thing. But why are we not allowed to access it? And how did it get there? Have y'all heard about that? Because I done heard this years ago, and for some reason it's coming back up again. Where my money at? And mind you, I asked for Prince money, and I ain't got Prince money yet either.
This is the website right here.
That's what I'm saying. If it's real, then how do you access it? Because just by the fact that it's sitting there and it's there, it don't mean nothing. It don't mean nothing if you can't tell me how to get it. And so whether or not it's real, fake, ugly, good, bad, ugly, or indifferent, if I can't access it, then it still ain't real. I mean, it could be here. You see what I'm saying? But what is it? What is it for? And why can't I access it? Because if it's mine and it's under my social security number and it's under my name, then that means I should be able to access it. And the fact that, it's information going around and y'all telling people that it exists, well, how is that benefiting anybody? Like, tell me how to do it right now, because, you know what I'm saying, I want to pay my house off. I want to be able to pay my bills. And so if it just is, it exists and it's sitting here, like, the information ain't information. Because I don't give a damn if it's real and it's just sitting there. The information that I need is, how do I get it from there to over here where Tylishia at that need it? That's the part that I'm saying. And mind you, it's people over here talking about it's real, it's real, it's real. Well, then what? After you look at it and now you see that it's sitting there, then what? I asked Chad about it last year, and of course it deflected so hard. That's what I'm saying. So it's great that everybody's out here saying, it exists.
Stop scrolling. Go to Google and Google FOIA.
All right, so this is what I'm saying. You see this girl right here, and this the part that be pissing me off, okay? Y'all see this girl right here? So she out here giving information, right? This is, and I ain't saying nothing about the girl. So whoever you are, Amy, I don't got nothing to say about you, okay? So I love you. This is just my point. Amy don't look like she accessed no money, because if Amy accessed the money, Amy would be, there would be signs.
Freedom of Information request on your certificate of title, the name that's on there. I did my birth certificate, I did comptroller of the currency, and I did the Treasury Inspector General of tax administration. I put my name, my mailing address, phone number, and when it asks company and organization, I put the name of my trust with my email address. It gave me an option to upload documents, so I uploaded a copy of my certificate of trust. Then it asks, what is the request? I stated all information. I am familiar with the facts recited in the certificate of title. I'm the named party in the said birth certificate, and I'm the same party as one of the owners of it. Please take note, update all records in the name of the certificate of title, because it has been accepted and transferred into a trust. I have beneficial interest in it, and I am demanding a full record of accounting. I also declared full acceptance and binded them to their oath. Anyone appointed or elected of the General Assembly, all officers, civil or military, before they enter upon the execution of their respective offices, to faithfully discharge the duty of said office to the best of their ability. I also stated failure to execute is a breach of trust, and I expedited services, and the failure to obtain the records on an expedited basis could reasonably be expected to pose an imminent threat to the life or physical safety of an individual based on the implications of false representation, identity theft, and impersonation of person.
Sit down.
The above-style agency is requested to enter this notice of record immediately upon receipt. I affirm, under the King James 1611 Bible of God's law, the law of the land and people, that the foregoing is true and correct. Executed this day where I'm located.
You see what I'm saying? It's a lot of smart dumbness. Because guess what? With all that being said, I ain't heard nothing about nobody. Everybody saying it. Everybody talking about it.
On the state and federal level, should I go to the county too?
First thing to know is it's a major difference.
Your birth certificate. Now look at those numbers on the front. That used to say,
like, this is the part that that be getting on my nerves. Because literally, I don't care. Like, I hear everybody saying it. We're the people that did it. It's not true unless you did it. Like, I need to know how you pull that money out of there. Like, if you want to go see it, everybody looking at it, everybody saying, oh, I got millions of dollars in there. Well, how the hell do you access it? And who has accessed it? Because I don't know nobody that has accessed it. And if they did, they ain't saying it, but they keep coming to the internet and spreading, you know, lies and gossip or rumors, you know, and this is how the problem starts. Oh, well, you have billions of dollars in your trust account under your Social Security on your birth certificate. Okay, now tell me how we get it out. Like, that's the information that needs to be given. The fact that 9 billion people is sitting on the internet is saying the same exact shit, but ain't none of these people looking like there will be signs. Ain't none of these people looking like they got nary stitch or nothing. They just over here hoping that the video blows up to where, you know, oh, they can make it. It's another manifestation or another, you know, trickery of something. Like, I don't give a damn that y'all know that it's there. The person that's valuable is the nigga that know how to get it out. Like, do that. Because I don't care about all y'all sitting on the internet saying, oh, your birth certificate has... Yeah, okay, now, nigga, since you were so smart and you figured that out, why you ain't figured out the next part? Because 1,000 of y'all saying it, 5,000 of y'all saying it, ain't helping nobody. I definitely want to watch this in its entirety as well. Yes, that's what Katrina said. Yeah, show me the money. Like, I don't give a damn that y'all over here saying that. Neither do I. And why are these people all posting from a beach or on their own? That's what y'all see, this is what I'm saying. So when, like, people be talking to me on the internet and you be talking about manifestation and you is in a shack, you can't tell me about no manifestation if you live in a shack. You can't tell me about you access, there's accessible of $1 billion that's sitting in a birth certificate account, but meanwhile, you look like you ain't never even, like, there will be signs. So if I get on this internet and I tell y'all, the Social Security people that had billions of dollars are under my birth certificate, so I can get it on there and look at it, but show me the nigga that accessed it. Because the same dude, this is one of the dudes that basically is saying it, and this is why everybody's saying it's the same person that said that eat like this, that, and the third, and apparently he's supposed to be a guru, and nigga, I ain't saying nothing, but I'm saying something, because if you ain't got it either, then, you know what I'm saying, and this is where people get on my nerves, because they start co-signing shit from people, and I don't like that, because, like, don't co-sign nothing that a nigga ain't done. Like, show me who did it, and then that's when, you know, we can give somebody some credibility, because we can all talk about that it's there. Okay, we can talk about that, but it's not helping me that it's there. It's gonna help me when I'm able to access that shit. This person right here, let me see, because apparently it's the same person that talks about, let me see, where we at. Following you. It's a person that they keep liking his comment, and this person is very well known. But mind you, I don't care who's well known about nothing if you ain't got no real juice on nothing. Like, I need to know where the cash at and how we get it out for real. Let me see, where y'all people at when y'all be liking comments? Right here.
Vibration meal.
This dude right here.
Vibration meal is gonna be an all fruit juice diet.
Apparently, this dude is the one that was out here telling everybody that that is there, and so I don't know what his name is. And again, I ain't saying nothing, but if you out here telling people that it's there, and you got 9,000 people on the internet making videos, like, to me, like, I mean, it's all fine and dandy, and it's the reason why I probably be saying what I be saying also about myself. Like, I don't think that I am, like, my platform is not that big, this, that, and the third. But also, if I'm just over here trying to figure out how to, you know, make it myself or access it myself, I'm not going to be over here trying to tell y'all, like, I did something that I didn't do. Like, oh, it's real. Oh, it's actually there. Thank you, Cash. Oh, I'm going to do it, this and that. Like, I'm going to do it first, and then I'm going to bring it to y'all, and I'm going to say, y'all, this how y'all get it done. Like, y'all can go look up the Social Security building. It should say that y'all have this in y'all account, and then this is the steps. Like, when people kept telling me, don't tell people how to get a DOT. Why not? Because what's for me is going to be for me. Just because they got a DOT ain't going to stop me from having a DOT. You go to the Department of Transportation website. You can fill this paper out yourself. You ain't got to go get no other business because the people will tell you, oh, you got to go get a person to sign up for you and do this. No, the hell you don't. You go to the Department of Transportation and all you do is read. Follow the directions. Everything that's there. Fill it out. And if you don't know what something is, all you got to do is copy it. Put it over on Google. Put it in chat. Put it somewhere. It will tell you exactly what it is. But literally, the paperwork is so easy. I filled it out myself. And after the DOT gets approved, guess what? You ain't really got to do too much else. Everybody else is going to call you because it's like a system, like the cycle. The insurance people will call you because they know when your DOT goes active. They know that you need insurance. They know that you're going to need a drug carrier. They know that you're going to need all of this. All you have to do is successfully fill out the paperwork. And when you go through your DOT, after you're done with that, and they come up for your first inspection, cross everything off. If you have it, they'll send you a paper, word by word. Like a lot of the stuff is just reading. Don't skip over nothing. Cross it off when you got it. Put it in a file. Follow the directions. Have a small room. Even if you don't think it's big enough, it's a closet. Like literally. So I don't have no issue with telling nobody something, but I got an issue with getting online and seeing people talking about, oh, this is how you manifest $10 billion. Bitch ain't never had $10 billion in their life. Look at them. And if they had $10 billion, I can almost guarantee you they wouldn't be sitting over here online doing this. And their background wouldn't look like that. Okay? Not mine, but whatever theirs be looking like. Okay? So there's that. That's what I'll be saying. So that's important. Like, we gotta pay attention to the people that's trying to tell us, oh, this happened. It's like when you go to your mama for, mom, how do I keep a nigga? But your mama ain't kept a nigga. Like when they say you and how do you be successful in marriage, and then it's a bitch over here talking about marriage, ain't never been married. Like I can tell you how to get married. Now I can also tell you how to get divorced. You see what I'm saying? I can tell you that right now I done a little bit different. I told y'all even before, after I got divorced, guess what? Or a separator, anything else, I would normally have my next nigga lined up. This time I didn't do that because I found out it wasn't serving me no purpose to have the next one lined out. You might need to be to yourself. So I'm not going to sit online and tell nobody how to have a successful marriage and I ain't had none. I'm going to tell you how these niggas got on my nerves or how I got on their nerves. I can maybe tell you what I might do differently. But I'm not going to tell you how to have a successful marriage. I don't know how. The only way I know how is give it to God. I don't know how to have a successful this because of the fact that, like, I even gave up the fact that I don't know how to choose it. I'm going to let God choose it because clearly I keep choosing the same nigga in different bodies in different forms. So this time I said, God, I'm going to put it in your hands because clearly these niggas, even though they look nothing alike, they all the same nigga. So clearly it got to be me. I'm willing to accept the fact that I could potentially be the problem. My energy keeps attracting the same nigga. Mind you, if you look at all of them, they look like different spectrums of this, but they the same energy. I can tell you that. So again, it goes with the message because we have to know who we are. We have to understand that, okay, we have a slight this in society. I don't like certain types of people. Like literally when people start talking, like I said, when I start looking at stuff and I see people saying, well, this is how, instantly, I ain't gonna lie, you know, we listen, we don't judge. Sometimes I don't listen because I already judged. Like, you know, like I said, don't got nothing to do against Amy, but Amy's not gonna tell me how to access no money if Amy look like Amy looking. Amy don't look like she accessed the money. What you want me to do? Lie and say Amy look like, you know, she knows how to handle $10 billion? She don't. And also, even in the process of even that, when people say they know how to actively, you know, access something, it's niggas that look shiny as fuck. They don't know how to access it either. So we also have to remember to trust our instincts, because some people will show you big ass houses and this, that, and the third. Meanwhile, it's a couple online. I just seen it the other day. They are squatting in a big ass house. They was criminals. Like, you can spot the scam, because again, they start to do stuff that don't look like, although it look big and shiny, like the house be huge, it be a pool, it be a this and a that. Like, if you look at the people, the features of them don't look like, bitch, I don't give a damn how much money you got. I know you ain't handle no billions of dollars, because literally you out here doing that. Mind you, let me tell y'all something else. That looks can be deceiving as well, because there's a lady, right? One day I was at Target, right? Not even supposed to be at Target, but I was at Target because, not for me, but because of something else, right? She said, Amy is looking like she been on the median asking for change, huh? I'm trying to tell you. So, I don't know. As far as accessing that trust account, don't fuck with it. I mean, that's what I'm getting at. Like, legally, I would want to know how to do it, because if there's money there in my name, like, there's probably somebody that's, that's up there that know how to get it. And if it's mine and I'm allowed to access it, guess what? I'm going to tell God that I want it. And I want it now, because I said you have not because you ask not. If it's mine and it belongs to me and I'm legally able to access it, I want it. But I need somebody to tell me that the legal way to get it, and I want to make sure that everything gets thrown through. Thank you. I wanted to make sure everything gets gone through the proper channels to give me my money. Because I'm not going to say I don't want something that I do. Like, literally, like the man said, I told y'all he's talking to people and he's saying that America's at the best it's ever been. Yeah, because when you able to access and do what you need to do, he's not wrong. It's just that who his audience he's talking to, and the people that are outside of that, who knows that they just lost their farm, they lost this, like, and guess what? We all hanging by a thread. I don't want to have to lose my house. I like living here. I want to be here. But at this moment in time, guess what? A lot of stuff is happening, and it could just be whatever timeline I'm on, this, that, and third. But if there's a better timeline that I can hop my ass to, I'm hopping to it. I don't want to be out here stealing, begging, lying, thieving, scamming, doing nothing wrong for it. If it's legally accessible and it's mine, I want it. And I'm going to say that. So, and I ain't nobody going to make me feel like I'm wrong, because guess what? I live where I want to live. And it don't have to be a bigger house or a smaller house or any of that. I like being where I'm at. I like being able to get online and push the button and it comes on and I get to talk to y'all, and I'm just right here doing whatever I'm doing. I don't got to be out here faking or fronting like I'm something that I'm not. I live where I live. I got what I got, and I'm going to be who I am. And as everything happens and everything develops or everything, whatever it does, I'm going to be still trying to tell y'all the right way to do something. Like, oh, you could do it. This is just how you do it. Gold and silver is money. Dollars are debt, not money, so you discharge your debt. Do you understand what the trust is? I understand what the whole entire process is. And like I said, if it's there and if it's legally accessible, because guess what? It's just like me saying that when I should have got a prenuptial agreement. Because guess what? Also in the process, I didn't think that, I knew I had got to a level for me to have a prenuptial agreement, but also because of the fact that I was minimizing myself, I didn't think I was at the level of having a prenuptial agreement. But guess what? If I had got that prenuptial agreement, my ass would have gotten out of that court a whole lot faster. And when them attorneys gave me my money, I wouldn't have had to pay $10,000 to somebody that paid my bill for me, because of the fact that I didn't have $10,000 at the time. But then when I got $10,000, like, I shouldn't have to do that. Mind you, I done played with a lot of money. And it might not be billions of dollars that somebody else has played with, but I was legally making almost to $1 million. $500,000 on taxes that I paid taxes for. So whether or not anybody thinks that's good, bad, ugly, or indifference, guess what? It was it was successful to me, because I didn't think that I would even have made it to that point. And so at this point, sometimes, like, when people say you don't know certain things, and just because a person don't know at the time. You don't know until you do know. And when you get to new levels, even like if a person saying, Amy is disgusting, and so many people I can go through here because not just Amy, right? There's so many people on here talking about it. Mind you, some of them people probably haven't even touched the amount of money that would even require them to be speaking on it. Sometimes people just be speaking on things and they know nothing about it. Never been there. Like I told you about the lady that said, there's no such thing as new levels, new devils. You're a lying ass bitch. Because let me tell you something. Started from the bottom, now we here. If it was a person, it would be me. You want to know why? Because although I was used to being able to spend other niggas' monies because I like them boys, you know what I'm saying, and growing up, a product of my environment. So I was able to play with a whole lot of money even during the time when I wasn't supposed to. But understanding money, I didn't understand money until I had my own money. And then I ended up with somebody who just wanted to keep spending the money. Thank you, Cash. That somebody wanted to keep spending the money and not being able to save the money. And then when I'm trying to save the money and they want to spend the money, and it was a difference. So when my first amount of money that I saved that I thought was money was $10,000. You couldn't tell me nothing when I got $10,000. But guess what? I spent that $10,000 so quick because in business, $10,000 ain't nothing. Mind you, I'm saying, okay, well, I'll get 20. Guess what? In business, 20 ain't nothing. Technically, I spent $32,000, made $32,000 in a day, but also spent $32,000 in a day on something that I should not have spent it on because of the fact that I'm thinking I should go ahead and get the truck fixed. Meanwhile, I should have let that truck go and bought another one. So I understand a whole lot more than a lot of people because, and people will say, oh, I understand how this go. If you understand how it worked, why you ain't done it? Just because you understand the concept of something or you know how to, it's like people talking about trust, but mind you ain't got nothing to put a trust in. People will be saying, oh, well, you can put your house in a trust, you could do this, you could do that. Talking about it ain't done the process at all, period. It's just for entertainment purposes only. I don't want to be one of them people. When you're doing certain things, I need to know how the shit get done because of the fact that I'm legally or I'm in that position to be able to do it. And so that's also, like I said, God working on me on stopping to minimize myself because I have stuff that, could have been put in a trust or anything else and didn't. So when people are saying stuff or people are doing stuff, I want to understand completely, but I want to follow the process all the way from beginning to end. And it's a lot of people talking about stuff, and that's all they got. It's like spiritual when people be talking about the dark night of the soul. You can talk about the dark night of the soul. You can even write a book about the dark night of the soul, right? It hit different when you went through it. It hit different when you are the person. They are the gatekeepers with no gate. You're damn right. Mind you, like I can show y'all some stuff, but guess what? Legally, when people talk about that stuff that everybody keep getting involved in, CPAs and this, that, and the third, or no, what is it? It's a line of credit and this, that, and the third. A lady gave me a whole fucking book on how to do this, that, and the third. And technically, people will say it's not legal. It's legal when they do it. They do it all the time. But if you do it, guess who's going to show up at your door? We done seen a lady, she went and filed dentistry. People get put out of their houses for it, this and the third. But if you do it the right way, it is actually legal. I got a whole fucking book. Literally, I could have sold the book, could have did all these types of things, didn't do nothing with the book. And mind you, I was just given the book. The lady told me when she handed it to me, she said, this is the white people's Bible. But how come only the black people is getting arrested for it? Because they will literally say, if you go and you use that number, this, that, and the third, I swear to God on my life, that's what she said. Mind you, to the tune of, I had to make sure, like, I got the book put away, but literally, I got the whole entire information. A lady gave it to me. And this is what she said. Guard this with your life. Because when you need it, if you need it, then this is the way you actually really do it. But I done watched many of people, that is part of the scam that they do in Atlanta, but they not doing it right. But mind you, it's actually legal. White people do it all the time. It's the same thing that they do when they say, oh, well, this is how the trust works. These people be having shit tied into shit, tied into shit, tied into shit. Again, it's a different level. Like, people can talk about a whole lot of stuff, but I needed to be next to the person that actually did it, and it's actively legal, and this is how they constructed it, and this is how they, like, when you get in different circles, they start doing stuff like this for you. And so that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, people be on the internet saying shit, but meanwhile ain't done nothing. And so everybody has to have some discernment and some stuff and say, you know, I see them talking, I see their lips moving, but ain't nothing over here making no sense, because if they did, they ain't profit nothing, they ain't roast nothing, they ain't nothing. They ain't had nothing. But when you get close to people who are actually into that world, because it's a whole nother world. Like, y'all be thinking when I be saying, oh, Princess Jasmine, a whole new world, 100,000 things to see. Listen, when I was actively spending $100, and it was it's really deep. I can teach you the basics, and once you understand what trusts are, you will be able to see how it works. That's what I'm saying. I already talked to a person about a trust. They was talking about the houses and this, that, and the third, and you know, they was already doing that. But this is the thing. It's almost like in trucking. People can do trucking, right? But until you get involved in trucking, and I mean at every level, because people will do trucking and they'll say, oh, I'm doing trucking, and they actually have a pickup truck and they doing trucking. It's the same thing. You're hauling and this, that, and the third, right? But meanwhile, if you get into doing flatbed and this, that, and the third, it's a different type of money. It may be a different type of work, but it's a different type of money. If you get into doing RGN work, and I was just fortunate to be able to, you know, hop in with somebody that was at the top of the line doing a lot of stuff. Like, they moving big ass equipment to the tune of, like, you get the loads that come. Mind you, the gatekeepers are the white boys. They don't like seeing black people in heavy haul. Like, it is areas where, and this is what I keep saying, we have to be mindful of what we really are and when we really are, or when we're doing it. Because do you know how mad they were with me when, you know, my little brain, big brain, put together that you can do this and this, and this is how I can actually make a whole lot of money? Because in heavy haul, in trucking, they use Mack trucks and, you know, things of that nature. Imagine how they said they felt when all of a sudden it's a nigga showing up in their words. And mind you, I started using Freightliners. The trucks are lighter, which then allows you to have more, you know, weight on your equipment. But also, and it don't change, you know, much, but some of these trucks, Mack trucks and things of that nature, are heavy. So that's what I'm saying. Like, a person talking don't profit me nothing. But a person that can talk, know what they doing, have done it, and have the actual skill to be able to, is a whole nother ball game. And that's what I'm saying. So people fail to realize, like, when you playing with your friends right here, yeah, it's cool because, you know, y'all teaching each other stuff. But when it's a person that has assets and they moving stuff around to make it, like, you know, a thing, like, that's another thing. And so I don't know if I'm explaining it properly, but again, heavy haul is being gate kept also by, you know, it's a certain type of people that are in there. So they don't want you being able to come along, because you know how rich you can be. Do you know how rich you could be if you had a person with a mindset that knows how to actually do it? But instead, I had a person that knows how to do it, but they wasn't money. Like, the fact that they, and I told you I call this person a rainmaker. The fact that this person was able to spend money and make money so quickly, they didn't care about money. So just imagine a person that cared about money, that was able to, you know, do it sustainably, to be able to, and this person had millions of dollars, like way more than I have ever had and touched, even during the time. Like, this person was getting contracts and things of that nature from places. But they wasn't money savvy. And which was a thing, like, when I came along, it was, this person kind of got mad at me because, like, I do more with less. And so even the amount of this person having more, I still look like I had more because I did better arrangements with my stuff. But I was very much in the listening as to what the person said. And the fact of the matter is when certain things would show up, like equipment and this, that, and the third, like, they would be mad at the fact that it's a nigga pulling this. Like, that's real. Like, even if you're a woman, once you're a woman and you getting into business, they don't like it. So it's a whole, and then once a lot of women got involved in it, got to remember, like, I was in the transitioning of when there was no women and then women started being involved. It was a whole thing. Like, they be mad. If you get on the radio, the other thing they could tell about you is this. A lot of people don't mess with the radio. But if you get in trucking, you should have a CB in your car, in your truck, right in your cab. You will hear so much stuff that you would be like, these people saying this for real. Like, I'm telling you, it's a whole different life, because they don't like people. They don't like people that drive them automatics. When automatics came, they despise that. They don't like people who, like, trucking is really like a gang. And they don't like the people that ended up, the industry, they will say right now, the industry's messed up because of them letting all them people in. Women, when women was coming, they hated that. Let me see. I'm being... Oh, she said, I can teach you how to buy a shelf corporation and be able to borrow $100K plus buy a mobile home park and live off monthly payments. I don't want to buy no mobile home park. I want to buy something different than a mobile home park. But yeah, definitely. It's really deep. I could teach you the basics. And then on top of that, I don't want to do no scamming stuff either, because then you got to be careful, because even like when they was doing the ELD and some other stuff coming along, it was people setting up like, oh, I can get you this, but you're going to have to give me 20,000. Nah, because technically, like, people will say, I don't know, I don't like that shit, because I already know that that's part of the scam. So I ain't saying you, I'm just saying that these are, because I done had a person. So even when everything was happening and I was getting ready, get out of truck, and there was a guy, he was trying to get me to get involved in this thing that they were doing. So one of the guys, when everything was happening, he ended up being able to buy a lot, right? And so on that lot, he had over 30 something trucks and shit on there. Mind you, half the trucks didn't have no driver, this, that, and the third. He got the mechanics building that he needed, but literally the person, they was looking for people to be able to scout to bring people in. I ain't fucking with none of that, because that's scamming and I ain't with it. So hopefully it ain't none of that, because I can tell you from the gate, I'm not doing it. Because I done had that already. People been trying to get me, oh, do this, because hell no. I like everything on the up and up. If it's not right legally and it can't slide through them white people's desks the way it's supposed to, I ain't fucking with it, because then you're going to have some other white people at your door knocking, and I ain't got time for that. I'm being held back because I don't have an ID and I need a partner to do business. See, that's a red flag for me right there. Why you don't have an ID? Like, you know what I'm saying? You already starting off throwing them signs. I need a partner to do business, though I can get my tribal ID. Shaking my head, it's a long story, but I'm being blocked, so I'm stagnant in a moment. But see, mind you, that's also what I'm getting ready to try to do anyway. So even that tribal ID, because they getting kicked out and the real people getting put in. That's also the reason why, like, because I didn't already did my ancestry and this, that, and the third. I already know that I got several different tribes that I can access. So that's another thing. I can teach you wholesaling real estate as well. I got a real estate license. I got a real estate license in Delaware. All I got to do is take one test. Like, all of these things, I'm trying to tell you, like, I'm not playing who I am. I am who I am. Okay? So I'm not playing who I am. I don't let the looks fool you. All right. So when I get involved in shit, I go certification for stuff, even if you don't need it. So literally, like, I got a real estate license I can activate. All I got to do is take tests. So this is why I try to tell y'all, like, when I sit in front of people, like, I ain't just talking to y'all. I don't have to come over here and talk to y'all at all, period. I be having better stuff I can do. I got sent here to talk to y'all. Because I ain't new to this. I'm true to this. I am who I say I am. Okay? So I can teach you wholesaling real estate, as well as I have sold and brought properties before in Mobile, Alabama. Me too. So literally, I'm not them. Okay? I'm a whole different breed. So I get it that people just show up on the internet and they come and they lie and this, that, and the third. I ain't it. Okay? So everything I am. So I get it, but I'll be staying away from that, because literally it's a thing. Where we need to go to talk about stuff. Abby Gray said, period. Where we need to go to talk about. I'm trying to tell you, Abby, like, at the end of the day, like, I'm real about who I am. Like, I'm not going to sit on the internet and lie to nobody about nothing. And when I need some stuff, I know how to go learn about it. Like I said, if I decide to go take that lawyer's exam and everything else, some niggas is getting sued and I'm not fucking around. So the only thing that I have not done in this lifetime of me being here is attorney. And if I can do that, I will try. Because like I said, I've seen that, certain schools giving away. But for the most part, I don't be playing. Like, I don't got time for that. I got other stuff to do. And right now, I'm in the midst of trying to save my ass from another situation that happened. That situation that I'm telling you about. So, listen, I'm just doing what I'm supposed to be doing here. All right. So we got core spiritual message here. Prayer changes things because prayer changes the one who paid the one who prays first. All right. So when inner alignment shifts, perception changes, decision changes, outcomes begin to move differently. The collective is being reminded that silence has its place, but a closed mouth cannot receive nourishment spiritually or physically. Expression is participation in creation. And this is another thing. I'm going to tell y'all something real quick. And this is something, a key for your life. I don't care how old you are or, whatever. Be mindful of when people come in offering things, okay? Because we have to be mindful that ain't shit on this earth free. Energy ain't free, time ain't free, and money just damn sure ain't free. Okay? So that's the thing. Trust and know that you could be a benefit or an asset to somebody. Remember I said them people are now looking up birth certificates, or they now trying to make sure who the daddy is, your birthright. Remember when I told y'all two generations, two nations came from her womb. The latter will serve, the oldest will serve the latter, however it went, right? Read it yourself. It's the when Rebecca was born. I mean, Rebecca had the babies, right? God promised her this. And so, when something is being offered, know that there's some, so the thing is, they said that the ground would not yield for these people, right? So if I can't grow something, or the ground will not yield for them, so we can put it into something literal. If I can't grow something, but I can be in control of somebody that can, then technically I can grow something. So if I know that your energy is blessed, I will figure out a way to, kind of manipulate my way into your energy or into your life or into a situation. This how these mother suckers right now are working. Because they know that they couldn't do something. So literally, it's like I can own a farm, right? And my farm won't work for me. So if I'm the person, I'm going out tilling the ground, this, and the third, I can't get anything. But if I can pay enough to get you to come over here and your hands is blessed, my farm is going to work because I got you tilling the ground. It's like how a lot of people in history, they're, one of the companies, I think is Jack Daniels or something, I'm not sure, so don't hold me to this, but I think one of them is a company that the person who actually made it, it's like the person who can buy the patent. One person has the money, and mind you, then it'll say, like, because I buy you, and because you come in and anything that you're working on, it's like how certain people get credit for making stuff that they didn't make. They have the money, but they don't have the know-how. But if I have the money, then I'm the boss. I'm the person. And when stuff gets marked down and everything like that, then I'm it. You seem like a more scientist. How smart are you? I mean, again, you talking my language because my background is my background. But at the end of the day, we have to be mindful because people out here stealing and energy harvesting, and it's vampiric in nature. It is they seek who they can use to be able to do this. And so this is why people get mad at me, because I'm going to give you the play. And guess what? Even if I give you the play, if you don't belong here, you can't be here. So it's like even in trucking, I can tell a million people how to do trucking, right? I can sit online and everybody said, you should just do a class and you should just tell people how to do trucking. I could, or I could just sit online and I could talk about it, give it to them for free. And at the end of the day, if I'm supposed to talk about it, God's going to send the people who need to hear it anyway. And so they're going to take the lesson, they're going to do, and people have made billions of dollars off of charging people, for this, and the third. To me, maybe somebody might think that I'm dumb or anything else, but at the end of the day, what's for me is always going to be for me, and God going to give me what I'm supposed to get, right? And a person can only go for so long doing certain things. All right. So if I give you the play and you're not meant to be in trucking, you ain't going to be there long. You might not even get your foot into the door. I can give you every bit of information, but if you don't belong there, you're not going to be there. That's it. That's all. So, I mean, I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. It's everything. So everything goes along with you know, everything. And I haven't been in the trucking industry for a while, so since 2023, and stuff could potentially be different, this, that, and the third. I don't know, but at the end of the day, in anything, you can try to do 1,000,006 things. I can be good at anything. Like literally anything I do, I can be good at it. Some things I get bored at real quick. I don't want to do that. And you know, people trying to tell me, oh, you should do this, you should do that. Not really for me. I'm going to do what God, what's for you is for you. I'm a firm believer of that. Yeah, definitely. So here we are doing spiritual, you know, coaching, and we advising doing the things that we need to do right here. And whether or not we get it, we get it. If we don't, we don't. But it's always a different perspective or a different way to do a thing. So what I want to say is it's always a different way to skin a cat. But meanwhile, we shouldn't be skinning cats. All right. But anyway, communication is happening on many levels right now. Verbal language, what is spoken into existence. So what shall be, shall be. All right. Body language, posture reveals belief before words do. So if we're in a praying mode and we're being, you know, open to give, or however you want to do it, but being mindful that you have not because you ask not, and if you're closed off to the blessing or the receiving of it, then you know your posture is going to say that. A person doing this when I was in business management, for marketing, that part, we shouldn't be skinning cats, period. When I was in marketing, they teach you about body language and the way a person is talking to you. So one of the things that I can remember is they always talking about when a person starts doing this, right? In real life, a person is closed off. So some people could be just standing there because this is their posture, but they don't really realize they already checked out. But you should. A person is, they're not in receiving mode, they're not open, right? So also last night I was listening to some of the things that the lady was saying, because she was reading a note that somebody else wrote about this lady, right? And she said that there is a scientific or a psychological thing that happens to a person as they're watching somebody, right? So it could be very genuine. You know, it could be very sincere. It could give off, you know, this person's bullshitting. It's like I said, I'm very literal in language, so I listen to what people say. Also, I'm very observant, so I watch body language. So a person could be online saying, you know, oh, we're such a happy couple. Meanwhile, I'll be saying, no, they not. The minute that camera go off, they gonna be arguing like a mother sucker, because I heard this nigga say this and I heard her say that, right? And it could be the slightest little thing. Mind you, I kept always saying, this girl keep looking up at upside this nigga head, right? Every time this girl get caught on camera, she be looking upside this nigga head. And although the person may, you know, say, oh, I love you so much, but why she always looking upside your head like that? She always looking like it's like oblivious to the situation. The expression is really telling you how they feel about you. And a lot of times we don't catch it. Or, you know, that's why I said I love cameras and I love video. Because video and everything, it catches people's behaviors that they have for you when, you know, you might not be catching it. You might not see it, but that camera, if you run it back, that video gonna show it, that camera gonna show it. Their actions are always gonna be exposed, because most people don't even know they doing it. It's like you talking to a person. I used to have this friend, and I used to always tell her, like, I can always tell when something was getting ready to go left with her, because people would be talking and I would be tapping her saying, fix your face. She don't have a poker face. You can tell every part of the disgust that she feels for you is on her face. And so it was almost like I was kind of like her, you know, like, bitch, straighten up, because I'm looking at you and I could tell you think they stink. Or you think they stupid. Like, little, like, you can tell every action or every response that she had was literally always on her face. And so you got to watch people. When you come around, do they do this? When you come around, are they acting like this? It's real. Like, people fail to realize, like, so many things that we get ourselves into, we could not get ourselves into it if we pay attention to. And that's basically being honest about ourselves. We are this type of person, but nobody wants to acknowledge the fact that I could potentially be racist, you know, to certain people. I could potentially be like, what is that? Literally challenged or whatever. Because instantly, like, when people start talking to me and I know that you're stupid, And it's not even about a person not being able to, read, or a person not being able to write, or a person. It's none of that. It is, how well do you comprehend? And if you can't comprehend something that's basic, I'm not fucking with you, because we're going to be here all day and I don't got time for that. Now, it is also another thing about understanding something, because somebody may think that about me. Because literally, I will ask a person, if it's something that I don't understand, like, can you explain that to me in a way that, makes sense? Because I learn in a different way. And I learned this through mathematics. So when I took my real estate test, I told y'all before, I passed my real estate test on the first chance. I passed my my aesthetics test first time. Like, I believe in, like, if I do it, I'm gonna pass the first time. And I could have to really do it again, but I don't want to. So when I took my medical medical assistance, when I took that test, I passed it the first time. And each one of them have their own different set of math, right? So real estate has its own set of math. And at the time, I wasn't really understanding. I'm not great at math. Like, I ain't gonna lie to you. And at this point, at 50, I literally was thinking that I was getting ready to buy some kid books again and start doing math all over again, because you know how they said, like, you lose a couple of different things. Like, if you don't use it, it kind of goes out the window. So I wanted to do, I failed my New Jersey real estate exam to do. I ain't failed nothing. Every exam I've taken, I took one time and passed. Okay, because I don't, and not to say that nothing that I wouldn't take it again. It's just the fact of the matter is I don't want to, because to me, like, this the thing. Also, I keep studying, or I keep learning something until, if I don't dream about it the night before I'm going to take the test. Like, when I know I got it is when I dream about it. If I can dream about it and do everything in my sleep, oh, I'm about to fuck it up. Like, I know I'm about to get this thing done. So if I go to sleep and I don't dream about it, oh my God, we let me keep studying until I get there. But literally, I do it. I don't want to take no test a second time. It's a waste of time for me. When people start talking about you and you are stupid, laughing my ass off, I'm hurt. I'll be that way before I just stop talking. Yeah, because it's no point. Like, at that point, it's like they're never going to get it. It's never, and I'll be trying to tell the person, like, it's not that, it's not you, it's me. Because the way I learn and the way I perceive things, like, I just don't need to be here at this moment. So it's not even them, it's me. Like, my brain instantly shuts down. Like, I can't have this conversation with you because it's going to go nowhere. And so, again, I take the blame for it, because I should be better at it. It's like, even when my son, I needed to homeschool and I needed to do all these things. Thank you. I needed to do all these things, homeschool and everything else, right? And when I started realizing, like, I can't be the teacher, because once he does something that I know I don't like, and I know this boy is smarter, I got to hire a teacher. I got to have somebody with the patience to deal with this, because you're going to make me cuss you out. Mind you, and I know that you're a little person, and I know that, you know what I mean, I have to figure out a way to teach it. And that's the thing. And I could be wrong for that, because the person that was teaching me math, this person got on my nerves so bad, but it was the funniest thing, because the person looked at me and said, "Are you stupid?" And it made me laugh, because in my mind, like, no, I'm not stupid. It's just that whatever it is you're saying, it's like blah, 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 blah. Like, and then the person realized, let me teach it to you this way. And then when they made it to where it was, the way that I got it, it was the weirdest thing, because the way they taught me, even when I showed it to the teacher at school, the teacher said, "How did you learn that?" Because that's not the way nobody teaches. But mind you, this person that was teaching me, and I always called the person, I said, this person's a genius. They's a dumbass too. But at the end of the day, as when it goes to teaching, this person literally was able to customize, like, she learns this way. I could be a very literal person. I could be a very hands-on person, but I need for you to explain it. But then also what the person figured out is, just like the lady at that figured out with my son, if you don't have the basic dynamics of, so sometimes you got to bust a person back down all the way to kindergarten, because there are actually rules that go along with something. But after they showed it to me, I got it. And when I went to school and showed it to the teacher, the real estate teacher, they said, I mean, you got the answer right. I went to real estate school, but everything was written like the Bible to me. I actually like real estate. Real estate was actually cool, but I got into real estate at the wrong time. It was when the everything was like falling apart. So that was the year that I had graduated and everything was just messed up. So it didn't really, help me. But anyway, Dream Team said I failed mine like twice. It's fine. We learn it how we learn it. Either way, the point of it is I did it. And so it's just something else on a notch that says, okay, I did that. And, whatever else, whatever other lessons that I need to learn. So even here, I think that if I wanted to do real estate in Atlanta, I think I would have to take a certain portion of it. I could pull my records from there because I, did pass there. And then I would probably have to take, I think, the law portion of here, what the rules and regulations are in Georgia, and then go from there. But, I don't know. It just depends on whatever it is that, God has for me next. Because like I said, I'm sitting here right here doing this with y'all right now. And there we are. So we got perception changes. Prayer changes things because prayer changes the one who prays first. So when inner alignment shifts, perception changes. And we have to be mindful because sometimes, have you ever been in a moment where you didn't feel like praying? That's the time when you need to pray the most. Because even when you don't feel like it, that could be a thing as well. So that's when we got to kind of like go to God about it for real. Or just, saying thankful, having an attitude of gratitude. It's a prayer. And you don't have to pray in a certain type of way. It is, you can pray walking. Like literally, I be talking to God all the time. Like, God, get them, please and thank you. Or God, get me. Because, my thoughts and stuff don't be all the way. Like I said, I be saying stuff. And God be like, you're not allowed to say that. But, God know I already said it. I thought it, so, God know. But I'm being honest with myself. And a lot of people don't want to be honest with themselves. So we have to do that. That has to be the main key source of, if you want something to happen, you want something to change, we have to be honest about ourselves as to who we are in this situation and circumstance as well. All right? And if you a hating ass hoe, you need to realize that you're a hating ass hoe. Ask God to search your heart. Why you a hating ass hoe? Why does it bother you so much if this person wins? Because you ain't doing nothing but holding yourself back. Period, point blank. Let me see. I need to learn language again. Me too. That's the thing. Because also now I'm trying to learn multiple languages. Ana ata'alam alugatal Arabia. So I'm learning the Arabic language. But meanwhile, I also need somebody to talk to because at the end of the day, mind you, I started listening to Arabic songs. So then that way I could try to pick up different pieces and this, that, and the third out of that. Because after I learn Arabic, I want to learn Spanish. And I'm learning Arabic because of the Quran. But after that, I want to learn Hebrew. I want to learn every language that a nigga can be talking to me in that I don't understand. I need to learn Vietnamese because I need to know what the hell they saying. Like, I'm going to just take my nosiness to a whole nother level. Okay? So even if it's fueled by the fact that I need to know what these niggas are saying, I'm going to learn it because I don't want you saying nothing and I don't care what language you say it in. I want to be able to respond back to you in a way that don't fuck with me because I am who I say I am. So play with your mammy. Okay? So even if it's just for the level of, don't say nothing that you don't want me to hear because I heard it, I understood it, I ingested it, and then I said what I said. And I don't want nobody thinking that, oh, she black, so she dumb. No, I'm black, and that's why I'm intelligent. And that's why I'm going to go ahead and be actively involved in making sure that don't play with me like that. Okay? All the time, I be feeling like I pray when I think like I thought my thoughts are conversations with God. Amen. And thank you. Thank you, Cash. And that's what I'm saying. These are the things like we have to know. And I should have been doing this. Like there are so many things that I should have actually been doing before 50. But guess what? If it took me to get here because you are where you are. And maybe 50 is the time when I'm able to ingest it properly. But also people die because they don't keep their brain going or they don't keep actively connected. And so these are the things I'm going to have to learn because it's necessary. And also I want every activation. So spiritually it's a thing where if the language is this, because y'all, the other part is that I love about the Quran and the language is this. And it don't have really nothing to do with the Quran other than the fact that it's the Arabic language. The Quran has to be interpreted in Arabic. I don't care if you're Asian. I don't care if you're Spanish. I don't care if you're white, black, whatever you are, Jamaican. It has to be interpreted in that language because that's what it was written in, and that's what keeps it cohesive and together. And if everything else is like that, it's like even teaching history. The only way we are going to be able to preserve the history is if whoever collectively does it, whoever comes up with it, and the person that is going to tell it right, not none of these people that are saying history, it has to be the proper timeline. The only way that that proper timeline is going to be preserved if it is specifically in one language that gets taught across generations. It don't matter. It has to be cohesive. It don't matter who you are or what language you speak. This is the history. This is the way it's taught, and this is the truth. This is how you keep it together. Again, that's another thing that I'm taking note of, because there are ways to preserve our life right here, right now, that maybe hasn't been done before. We see it was done in the Quran. We do know that. So that means that it could work. It ain't been changed. It's like what I said earlier. In order for us to be able to, do something with the people, we have to do it this way. Like, they can't be tainted. The person, like, we got to make sure that the checks and balances. So if this system comes back up in any form or fashion, it has to be checks and balances that do not allow. You can't take money and be in this position. It's illegal. You're going to jail. It has to be tested. The food, FDA, it has to be tested once a month, once a week. It has to be checks and balances, because you can't just be allowing these people to be out here feeding people rubber. The food system has to be intact. It has to stay intact, because in order for us to be enlightened and for order us to be elevated, we have to be eating the proper things. There's systems, there's checks and balances. You can't come in this kitchen if you don't go through this checks and balances. Mind you, we see it being done, so we know it can be done. Our system is just fucked up. And so let it fall, tear it down, start it again. You can't be the judge of nothing. Why? Because guess what? You being a judge of something, you being able to take some money, or you being this, that, or third. This is the reason why it's so much corruption. This is the reason why it's so many files. Because guess what? The first time you do something, we're going to hand you your ass. Your ass is done. Mind you, it's not no secret, nothing. The minute something gets filed, everybody knows. You can't hide this. You can't keep this in secret. Full disclosure. Because that's what it says. That's what it was supposed to have been, but it's not full disclosure. This is the reason why stuff gets held and hidden so long. This is the reason why people can say, oh, this person did something to me. Meanwhile, this nigga was clear across town. And you're the person that's investigating. And meanwhile, because you're racist, then y'all just go on a manhunt and this, that, and the third. Like, at some point in time, people have to not be scared of a clash, and it is us against them, because literally that's what it is. And I didn't put it that way. You can't now try to censor me and say I'm the one that said it, and now you got some people knocking on my door saying it's us against them. No, you said that. You can't blame me for seeing it. You did that. That's the way you put it. So I'm not starting nothing. You started this. But meanwhile, now you want to threaten me because you're saying that I said this, that, and the third. No. I said I observed your behavior. This is your behavior. And this is what it is. I'm not making it up. You did that. So now you're mad at me because, no, you have to be accountable. And that's the other thing. Accountability. It's the lack of accountability around here in the system, in the process, in the setting up. And then the fact of the matter is when you stole straight from the beginning, you was already wrong. It shouldn't have been allowed to be stealing. This is where actively everybody was supposed to come together and say, okay, well, 10 of y'all might be, done for, but we're going to make sure that they all, because mind you, the sign that they put up there, they said one of yours and one of theirs, one of yours and all of, she said one of yours and all of theirs. That's the sign that they put up there. So if that's the case, then, let's make it so. That means it should know. You should know that it should go vice versa. Because technically, your lazy ass ain't gonna do nothing. You're gonna try to send somebody else. Ain't every one of them bitches that stand behind that podium gonna get their ass out and do none of nothing. That stood behind them letters ain't gonna do a damn thing. They're banking on the fact that the system is designed to protect their asses. That's what that is. And it be like people be talking like in ways like they don't realize they people too. That's the part I don't understand. How do you talk like that? One, being a woman. Two, being a mother. Three, supposed to be a nurturer. Four, like, do you not really understand your role here? Your role even is bigger than them men. Your role is bigger. Your role is supposed to be the one to be the voice of reason. But mind you, these bitches stand up there and don't say nothing. You're supposed to be the voice of reason. You have no reasoning in you. This is the reason why you be doing whatever you're doing. This is the reason why you be so happy-go-lucky. And I do not like nobody that's a yes man or yes woman. Somebody has to be the voice to say, you do realize that we can do better by doing this. Like, them got to be the worst bitches I've ever seen in my life. Like, you can't be human at all, period, and stand up there behind that shit and not say, we shouldn't do that. Like, even if we think it or anything like that, like, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. Facts correct me. Even if that's what you thought, like, somebody should have actively said, no, we can't do that. Because in order for us to do something in a system, in order for us to, like, even make it right or make it make some sense, like, I am with the people. There is probably too many people running around here. But we don't get to have the choice or the judgment to be able to do certain different things. We have to come up with a system that's a whole lot better, that is, you know, actively, collectively makes sense. Because how do I think that I'm going to be the boss or the general or the leader of the free world, and meanwhile, my behavior is worse than scum? Mind you, although even in the process, telling the truth, like, you know, this, that, and the third, but because again, like I said, without this person, we would have no truth. So I'm not mad at that. Because if that lady had got elected, it would have been still sweeping stuff under the rug. By the time we caught it, guess what? It would be 22 million files, and it would be a bigger drag on the system. So God put who God needed to be in position. But even in the process of that, there are other people that are standing around that are actively acting oblivious to this. People want to be mad at, you know, the truth, but yet the truth is being told. Do you want it or don't you? I want it. I would like the world to be better. The only way the world could be better is if somebody is open enough to, you know, show us. This is the truth. This is what's really happening. And that lady would have got up there and they would have acted like none of them files existed. Nothing would have happened. It would have just still been going like this. And then in the year 2039, all of a sudden, guess what? Explosive. Everything happening. Oh, well, we knew about this in 1842. And you mean to tell me, bitch, you got your ass up here in 2026 and you said nothing? Mind you, again, the time is right when the time is right, because we're also talking about divine timing. That's also a part of the thing. It happens when it's supposed to happen. So guess what? You being alive at the time when it happens. Look at God. So we talking about nonverbal language, energy, presence, and intention. Facial expressions. Remember I said about the friend. Emotion speaking without the sound. So this is where you have to pay attention. We have to be aware of everything that is surrounding us. Because somebody's facial expression or somebody's energy will tell us what is the play before, you know, they even start the play. And they'll be like, how did you even know that? Because I was watching. I saw this nigga get ready to do something because I seen his face do this. You know what I'm saying? They was out here glitching. The message, what you embody speaks louder than what you declare. Have you ever seen somebody that was getting ready to try to do something and all of a sudden their energy was just nervousness anyway? Because, you know, there's an energy spike when a person is about to do something. There's an energy spike in the universe even when something is about to happen. Do you feel the energy that is even in the universe when something is about to happen? it's like you and your body. Just think about anything, any emotion that you go through, the cycle of emotions that you feel when you're going through it, right? Pay attention. The universe, the energy in the universe does the exact same thing. There are cues that happen. She said before and after it happens. Yes. The energy in the universe does the very same thing that your body does when you actively feel something, a spike, energetic, whatever it is. When you feel sad, the energy in the universe, there's sadness in the universe. It's gray, it's blue, it feels gloomy. Do you ever notice that your energy could be tied to the weather? Like, certain people can't live in certain places because of the fact that their energy is tied to the weather. And if it's always blue, it's always gloomy. Like when they say certain areas have a higher rate of, because of the air, because of the weather. So you shouldn't live there if you fully, actively depressed or, this, that, and the third. I ain't no therapist, but you shouldn't live in certain places if in fact, it's like me right now. I live in Georgia. And even if I was to move somewhere else, right? Because I keep saying if, anything happens, I'm going to backpack my ass somewhere warm, right? And so if I know I can't be in certain places, like I can't go this place. I can't, thank you, Cash. I can't go to certain areas because it's going to make me feel some type of way. And just think, the energy, the earth is changing in so many different ways where certain warm places like Florida would be a good place, right? But now Florida is cold. Thank you. Florida is even messed up, right? Thank you guys so much. And so, thank you, Cash. And so, at this point, I can't move to Florida because Florida's not warm. Florida's just as cold as everywhere else. So, we're in a universe, we're in a world right now could I move to that is warm. It would either be Arizona, California, somewhere like that. But even those places, California, I'm scared California might be getting ready to fall into the water. Or Arizona, like it's certain areas I just can't live there. I'm not going to put myself in there. That's why I said, and everybody that lives, in my family, this and the third, and that's why I keep saying, like, I can't live with nobody that's in my family. I would have to move away somewhere that is warm because that's going to be the only way that I'm going to thrive. And so, if you have that, then you shouldn't live in certain areas. It's actually draining you spiritually. So we have to know, who we are, what we are. Again, being connected to ourselves and being accountable that this place is not good for me because it's draining my energy. I feel tired when I wake up. Like, you have to know that this is it. Mind you, I love being right here. Not the area, not Georgia itself, but I love my house. I love my area. So I love my house. I want to be at my house. All right, so divine feminine and fertility. And this is also the reason why I'm asking God, open up the windows of heaven and pour me out a blessing, because there's stuff that I got to be able to do. And at this point in time, whatever happens. I'm going to have to go through it however I go through it. But at the end of the day, if something don't change and I have to decide that, okay, where I want to go, it's going to have to be somewhere where it's warm and somewhere where my energy is able to, do it. But I have no thoughts on going to nobody that I am related to, because everybody lives in an area that is not going to be conducive to my happiness. And so there is that. Divine feminine and fertility. Fertility here is not only physical, it represents ideas ready to be born, healing cycles beginning, emotional renewal. The divine feminine energy emphasizes receptibility. Being open to receive is not a weakness. It is cooperation and creation itself. Seeds cannot grow in closed ground. And Cash, I thank you so much, because even fertility, you helping me right now, I appreciate that. So healing cycles beginning, emotional renewal. It is divine feminine energy emphasizes receptivity, being receptive and open. Being open to receive is not a weakness, it's a cooperation. So there's that. We got wisdom across traditions. So across the Bible, the Quran, the Torah, the Kabbalion, and tarot symbolism, a shared teaching appears. Words carry power. Remember, the power of life and death is in the tongue. We can speak life or death into something. And we want to always speak life, but sometimes things happen. Intention directs manifestation, which is important and it's true. Manifestation being things that are, that come to us. I told you I thought something and manifested into reality the next day. So we have to be very mindful that even our thoughts are powerful. Why I want to say It's Kevin. Kevin, are you over there on YouTube for some reason? Because for some reason you are in my mind right now. Awareness awakens healing. Truth is revealed in layers. So there's always a revelation, but rarely total exposure all at once. So sometimes we don't get the whole entire thing, but we know that it's around. This is why spiritual understanding feels like gaining levels of clearance. Because remember, I told you, the more you know, the more you grow, the more you seek, the more you find, the more elevated spiritually you become. It's like your ranking becoming. And then this is where also I hear unfuckwittable, because you're willing to go the extra step, the extra mile to be this thing that you are. It is very unique, a unique energy. So you receive an insight according to your readiness. That's another thing. Y'all remember when I told y'all, some people saying that they do certain things to kind of put themselves into a spiritual awakening. If you're not ready, it's not going to happen regardless. But also, this is the thing. Some people trying to trigger spiritual awakenings in others, trying to get somebody to like wake up. If that person wakes up under any circumstances because of something that you did and it triggers in the wrong way, you're responsible. It's your fault. You're going to be held accountable for that. So you have to be mindful of that. When a person's ready to receive, they will be ready to see it. When you see it is when you're meant to hear it. But there's some people that will try to beat you with, no, this is the reason why it has to be this. Look into this. Look into that. Like talking to a person, you'll understand whether or not they're ready to know something. I told you I had a person one time trying to ask me questions about the dark night of the soul because they want to be able to explain it. They want to be able to talk about it. But meanwhile, you really not going to know until you actually really go through it. But also it was a thing with me where I can see other people that went through it. Why? Because of their actions. 2, because of some of the things that they would see. 3, it was also the way that a lot of us were speaking, because a lot of us wasn't finishing sentences and this, that, and the third. It was almost like our brain was going like the speed of a computer, but your mouth don't work that fast. You still got to be able to finish the thought. So that's just something that you got to go through. Yes. And some people go through it in stronger levels. Some people go through it in a slight level. And some people just go in it and, you know, they snap because like, what the hell? Like, what is this? And again, I told y'all, it's been a couple times, like, I literally had to stop and pause. Like, I know I'm not bugging because, you know, my life is my life and I got to make sure that I'm, you know, doing the things that I need to do. But certain things that have happened, I might not want to say nothing to nobody because guess what? I'm checking that shit too. Like, is that real? Like, this can't be real because that, but I know it's real because it happened, but I ain't gonna talk to nobody about that because, you know, but that's messed up because it should be, you know, people, places that you're able to talk to, but then we gotta be mindful that some people are predatory. Like, they really are trying to steal, take, and do things that they shouldn't be doing. Then you find out everybody ain't make it out. Yes, that's a fact. Everybody ain't gonna make it out. Some people, you know, cut the cord and they up out of here because it's too much. But also some people mentally get stuck in, you know, different timelines and realms and they don't know how to pull themselves out of it. Like that other man that I just showed you, he said one time he had to go to the hospital because he got stuck. He was trying to do astral projecting, and he said he went into this realm and it was like being stuck there. And it was like being in a coma. It's also like people will say spiritually, everybody got into the thing. You got to cover up the mirrors. You got to do this, that, and the third, right? And mind you, I told you I wrote something on my mirrors one time. And literally I went to sleep. And when in my dreams, they literally said, take that off your wall. Take that off your mirror because this is how you get out. So again, some people will, you know, they just fall into some people are easily susceptible to, like, it's a vampire. They don't like garlic, this, and the third. And then later on, they find out that all that shit was a lie. And this is just what they put into your brain for you to think this. And mind you, you could not be like that. Mirrors could be a thing that you work through. And that's why I said, I done been around mirrors my whole entire life. Like, literally, every place I've ever been in, like, I'm always putting mirrors. And mind you, the mirrors be in ways that I later on find, like, it'd be funny that I'll be doing certain things that I never even knew that really even meant anything until one day when it's time, when you're meant to know about it, is when you find out about it. And then I'll be like, well, I've been doing that the whole entire time and never even realized that was a thing. It was always a thing in my spirit. It was always a thing in my energy. And I'm not like them. So maybe they can't do that, but guess what? My thing says do this. Because I don't watch people say they're doing seances and this, that, and the third, but also I ain't out here doing seances. You see what I'm saying? It could be for whatever energy, whatever magic, whatever they're doing. Or maybe I'm not doing seances the way they doing seances. You see what I'm saying? Whatever it is, I'll be listening. And when I be listening later on, it'll also present itself that this is why you did that. Mind you, my body, it was just doing it the whole entire time. Didn't even know. Later on is when, here we go. I need to learn punctuation in language arts. That was one of the things that I've been learning. And that's why I said, like, for people that don't like AI and this, that, and the third, actually chat helped me write better with my pronunciation. So that's why I like going back and forth. So for everything good that it is also not. So everything is, there's good and bad in everything. So for that, that's how I learned to actually do my pronunciations, or however you do it. Learn it better. Because of that, like where to put commas and things of that nature. Because I would just do a whole bunch of run-on sentences and call it a day. Period. So there's that. So now if I write something, I just put it on there. But I try to make sure I write it the way it's supposed to be. And then when I put it over there, it'll say, you wrote that. It was already this way. And then let me fix it. And sometimes you got to watch it because it'll say, let me fix it. And then they rewrite what you wrote. And I'll be like, what was wrong with mine? Nothing. Bitch. So there's also that. Anyway, so you receive insight according to readiness. Enough light to move forward, not so much that it overwhelms. So we have to also be mindful. Are you open? Are you open to spiritually go through this? Remember I said, even in your mind, like there's programs, up here that will say protect the human, right? Psychologically, that's what they said. So I ain't no therapist and none of that, but it is fight or flight. So your mind will try to protect you. So sometimes you could be looking at something and your brain won't fully like grasp it, but I actively had to say to myself, like, I'm ready. Like, I don't want you to try to protect me in no form or fashion. If I'm meant to see it, I'm asking for the truth. I need to be able to understand it, understand it, be able to digest it, be able to explain it. And I don't want you trying to, trigger a shut-off mode to where it's like, it's right here and I'm not seeing it. Because literally, I just lived with a whole nigga that didn't like me, half-ass or fully, and I didn't see it. Because I was in love. So even if I'm in love, and even if I want to be here, I still need to be able to fully see how a person's treating me. I need to see anything spiritually that I'm meant to see. So I don't want to miss any signs going on any further. So I don't want my brain to shut off. I don't want my brain to act like, oh, I got to protect you for this moment, because no, you don't. I need to be able to know it, see it, understand it, and God give me the strength and everything else that I'm going to need to be able to go through it. Knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. I'm seeking it all actively at this moment in time, because we're here in this moment in time, and we need to be able to actively digest whatever's happening as quickly as possible to move on to the next thing. That's why I also told y'all when that stuff happened and I seen that man walking through and he had his shoulders very proudly damaging and doing stuff to people, and he had this look on his face of he was very pleased with himself, and I said what I said, and I thought what I thought, and then instantly God started adjusting, saying, no, ma'am, you asked for this and you have to be mindful. But if I didn't ask also for the signs to be shown, it's 1212. I keep seeing mirroring numbers. So that's another thing. So I have to be mindful that I asked for that. I asked for that gift. And God literally is showing me in the midst of things happening quickly, because I told y'all how it ended up working out. Eye for an eye. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. No, if you want the truth and you're asking for the truth, the reason why the truth is coming out is because this is happening. So this has to happen in order for that truth that you asked for it to come out, to be revealed. This has to happen because this is the way that it is being shown. You can't ask God for something and then be mad at the way God gives it. That's not how it goes. Either you want it or you don't. And so the fact that it happened in a matter of minutes, and I was able to digest it, because I told you I was standing in the shower crying. mad at the fact that this was happening, but literally also God working with me in my brain saying, you asked for this. Like, chin up. You got this. You asked for the truth. You asked for things to, come back, the books and everything else. So this is how we have to do it in order to give it to you. So take it how it resonates. It can mean nothing. It can mean everything to you. But at that moment in time, it was what I needed. Because my brain, I don't want my brain to shut down. I don't want my brain to say, you can't handle this moment in time. So we're just going to make it, digestible. No, I need to know what they did. I need to know everything that they did. Because if don't nobody else want to know, I want to know. Like, I feel like the only way we can, win in a situation is full disclosure. So there's that. All right, so we got the excavator symbol. The excavator represents deep spiritual work, digging beneath conditioning, uncovering buried memories, removing emotional debris. Healing is excavation, not decoration. Remember I said that piece that they got in a museum somewhere, they got it thrown in a box because they're trying to say that they don't know what it is. It clearly looks like either an excavator piece, that part that goes in there, but they're trying to also say that it could be a landing leg for a UFO. Could be. But the point of the matter is, the timeline is clearly off, and the fact that a lot of things is not being told or not being told, like the timeline, or the fact that we have been, because this is something that was buried, so it has to have happened either during the flood, when the biblical times. But this is the other thing, the thing that was, it was also showing me, because it was talking about Atlantis and this, that, and the third. Now all of these things that exist, the Titans and everybody else, the fact that the humans were being connected to the fallen angels and this, that, and the third, but because the biblical standard in certain parts, the Christianity parts that have been given throughout time, they want to seem like that was a mystical time in life. Meanwhile, everything shows that it was real. Like certain things that are happening, it had to have been real in order for this thing to exist. So then it was talking about Atlantis, how Atlantis sunk. But mind you, Atlantis, if y'all look it up, it had wonders. Like the way it was built was way better than here, way better than now. So if it was built way better than here, way better than now, then it would almost make sense that they would have had an excavator or something around there. But the way history is taught, it says excavators and things of that nature didn't come about until, this, that, and the third. Mind you, another example of them trying to cover up history, because ain't no way, Slay. And mind you, you just dug up a whole excavator arm and you're trying to make it something, this, that, or the third. But it literally looks like a fucking excavator arm. But a person is saying that it can't be an excavator arm because excavator arms didn't get built before this time. Well, okay, if that's the case, then why are these houses trash? But Atlantis was built like this. And then they started saying that, oh, well, this type of metal wasn't found until this time. No, it wasn't found until your bitch ass got here. But because of everything that looks like it was built way better during that time, it had to have existed. But they're wiping away history, even the very first language, because the Bible story exists. Everything existed. And so because they want to keep covering it up, but God stopped them from doing that. Make them tell the truth. Because the story wouldn't exist if something didn't happen in order for it to be there. So make them tell the truth. So now, if y'all go back and look at National Geographic or any the History Channel and this, that, and the third, like actively go back and look at that stuff now that you know everything that you know. And then come back and tell me what you saw. It's going to be exactly that. You're going to be saying, ain't no way. Like some of this stuff that they got hidden in vaults and boxes will show you that already existed. And then they trying to say it was made in 1986. No, the hell it wasn't. It was way back when this was happening, because ain't no way they could have made that without this existing anyway. And then right on the show, one of the other things they were saying is they throw things in boxes when it can't be explained. It can be explained, but because it would mess up history, they'll throw it in a box and it just be cataloged. Oh, we found this in the Mojave Desert, and we don't know what it is. Meanwhile, I bet you if you go put it on an excavator, I bet you it'll work. Put a bolt through it, and I bet you it'll work. But it will mess up history. It's the same thing. Even right now, there's a couple things that's going on. If you go look at Terrence Howard, they will not let him, they trying to stop him from going to places and doing things, because if his technology or whatever he says is released to the public or released into, scientific knowledge or information, it's going to mess up history. And we can't let a nigger do that. I didn't use it, not my words, but that's basically the gist of it. So again, we have to realize that certain things being done are being done because of it's racism. It's not because it would better humanity or it would mess up humanity. No. It's because you want to actually actively use it later on, but you'll say that they did it and it will not go into. And thank God, because this time he said he did patents and this, that, and the third. But I think that at one point in time, I can remember him saying it even about, reincarnation, things of that nature. Period. Thank you. Reincarnation and things of that nature, but this time he's making sure he's doing the patents and all this other stuff. But any type of way they could try to bury something that is related to, they will. And that right there says something. And for the people who are actively running around here saying we are activists, this, that, and the third, or we're trying to change and we're trying to, vote for the collective. If you don't see that that's the way it is, and you don't feel like there's something that has to be done right here, right now, then you're just as bad as them. And that's just the way it is. So, full disclosure, but not all at once. So the collective message says, you're entering into a period of increased awareness, yet discernment is required. Not every truth arrives publicly or immediately. Some knowledge unfolds privately, so wisdom can mature before action, which is a fact. Awakening energy exists, yet forces of distraction, because, it's a lot of distractions here. Unconscious living, rushing, numbing, and forgetting purpose. Remaining awake requires intention. All right, so this is the thing. And not for nothing, so I don't want to use this because I love all these people. And, everybody's being, at cause to do anything, right? So entertainments. This is for entertainment purposes only. So everything that's going on in this system right now, and there's so many things that we could be, paying attention to, distracted by, looking at the wonders of the world. So when this is happening, so is this happening, this and the third, right? So we got 9,000, files, 9 million files being released. Mind you, not all the files being released. So we got disclosure, but not everything's being disclosed because, we can't have that. Mind you, I already told you, it is this that's falling out of the system, the things that you can see. But when we start digging in these little creases and crevices and things of that nature, it's going to be a different ball game. But anyway, so there's so much stuff. And, I love me some Cardi B. So, if I can go to a Cardi B concert, then I can go to a Cardi B concert. Not for real, but I love Cardi B. And, that's the thing. But, okay, now we got this man try to talk about this man wife. They arguing. Mind you, I love me some Devani. I love me some T.I. I love me some, I love his family. I love him, period. And Tiny, right? And mind you, Damani is going to be, whoever end up with Damani, you better treat him right. Because I promise you, you're going to be in trouble if you don't, okay? Anyway, it has nothing to do with nothing other than the fact that, publicly it's a lot of stuff happening. And Candace arguing with this lady. Everybody is doing this. Meanwhile, it's pedos running around here and, it's stuff happening in the government that we should pay attention to. Every day they wake up, they do this. It's this, that, and the third. It is other foreign countries. We got the cartel that's doing whatever. Meanwhile, I don't know why y'all doing it over there because, they over here. Meanwhile, this happening, and then you find out that this is related to this and this, that, and the third. So you can pick any given thing that is, and move it around. But what's really important? Humanity. Mother Nature, divine source, God. That's what's important. This distracting you from all of that. It's the elevation, the ascension. So if I can keep you eating poor food, heavily entertained, mind you, again, I love all these, people, so ain't got nothing to say about it other than the fact that everything is happening simultaneously. It's so much information being given on the internet. You got to scour through, because I just told you, it's even the people. I'm not mad at nobody. I'm just pointing out the fact that people will give us, distractions with, you got $1 billion in the bank in your trust, but meanwhile you can't access your trust because what, you got to die first? Because to me, I feel like if it's there and I can't access it, then that means that if I die today, that means who gonna get the money? They're not gonna give it to my kids. So that means that over people's lifetime, if that stuff has been in there in a trust, that means that is insurance that they put on your ass that the government gets when you expire from this location in this place. Because who else is getting it? And mind you, it's a bunch of people on here saying that, oh, it exists. You wanted me to look at it to distract me, but you ain't give me the information as to how I can get it. How can I get it? Because even right now, mortgage, if you go ahead and do a mortgage and you've been paying out your money, you could do a reversible mortgage to get your money. So I can almost guarantee you that there is a way that as a living, breathing person, somebody know. Because to me, what it instantly gave me, and I'm going to tell y'all right here, right now. In other countries, and I forgot, let me see if I can pull it up. Let's see what country gets money as soon as you're born. All right, so here we are. And mind you, ain't it funny that it's the UK? All right, so several countries give financial support automatically when a child is born, but only a few have systems that resemble money being placed into a trust-style account for the child's future. Here's how it works around the world. So the UK, a child's trust fund, closest to what you're describing, the UK creates something very similar to a birth trust. Child born between 2002 and 2011 automatically received a government payment placed into a child's trust fund account. The money was invested and locked into a child till a child turned 18. Families could add more money over time. The program ended for new births, but millions of accounts still exist today. This is one clearest example of money being set aside in a child's name from birth. Now, I'm gonna just say this. The United Kingdom, I said it's the Game of Thrones. And I ain't gonna keep telling y'all, and I ain't never gonna take it the fuck back. Because I know for a fact I am not grown. Take it how it resonates. So if the UK, the kids 2002 to 2011 got a trust, but also we're going to go a little bit further. So we got Singapore, baby bonus, a child development account. Singapore has one of the strongest modern systems. The government gives a cash gift at birth. A child development account, CDA, is opened. The government matches parental savings placed into an account. Funds are reserved for education, healthcare, and development. This functions partly like a managed trust focused on a child's future. Norway. Child benefits. Parents receive monthly payments after a child is born. Money is not locked into a trust. It goes directly to the family, designed to support upbringing costs rather than long-term savings. Finland. Mind you, I told you already before, I got Finland DNA. Finland. Baby box and allowance. Families receive either cash support or a family baby box filled with essentials. Ongoing child allowance payments follows. Not a trust fund, but universal support from birth. Canada, educational system incentives. Government payments help grow a child's registered education savings plans. Parents open the account and the government adds grants, funding grant tax below in future education. Now, key difference to understand. Trust fund, future model, money locked for the child's adulthood. So again, I said I know how trusts work, right? And since I know how trusts work, that means either you get to a certain age, a certain, time, a point in time, and then you're given your money, right? And so if there is a trust that exists and y'all are saying that it exists, then that means at a certain time that money is to be released, which is another reason why I said what I said earlier. If it's mine and I'm allowed and allotted to it legally, I want it. Because at a trust has a certain date and time on it. Why was it set up? Because if it's there also has to be a reason why a trust would be set up. Why would it have been set up? Who is the beneficiary of it? Because if it's a trust and it's there, that means, and if it's in my name, somebody has to be a beneficiary of it. Now, y'all know that if that has been existing this whole entire time and it's not being passed on to families, then who is it being given to? Because I'll wait. I'm sure we don't all have to, jump out the window all at the same time to figure it out. So apparently it was established. When was it established? Why was it not talked about? Who is the beneficiary? So I love when people, act like, just because I'm sitting here and I'm light skinned, I'm stupid. Because just because I'm sitting here and, I may look like, I'm special, but it's in God's eyes. So where is it going? And also, even during the trust, like you can turn 18, you can turn 25, you can turn 50. What's happening? Who's redoing the information on the trust? And again, because these people, it's 9,000 people sitting on the internet saying they checked their trust. The lady said she wrote a whole, educated dumbass letter. And Amy, again, I ain't talking about you, bitch, but I'm talking about you. You went through all that information to tell me a whole lot of nothing. So if the UK is given trust funds at a certain period of time, they stop because something must have happened. Because it is locked, it is looked at like a conspiracy theory, but these theories becoming true. Yes, which is why I'm telling you, somebody knows how to access that money. And so if it's there and it legally exists as a trust fund, there's stipulations on it, and people have to find out the stipulations. That's how everything works. I just said when I was setting up trucking, all you have to do is follow. Like it could be like even down to the hairline pin. Like I just told y'all, contracts. You have to read the fine print. You have to do everything. So if it's there and if it's accessible, somebody ain't reading the fine print because literally one of them niggas would have had that money out of there by now. So somebody's not doing something that is necessary in order to get it out, not reading the fine print. Now, who is the attorney that is working on that and how is it accessible? Because there's a way to do everything. But I don't want to hear nobody talking to me about nothing and you ain't accessed it because it's a thing, right? And I'm going to tell y'all something. And at this point, I had to figure it out for myself, but I'm going to tell y'all something. So if you're on Facebook and you're doing any type of, music on there, like if you do reels and shit on Facebook, every time you do a reel on Facebook, Facebook will send you a letter saying, let me not lie to y'all because I don't like lying. And this is just a little bit of information being passed down from me to you because I wasn't going to tell nobody nothing because, at the end of the day, ain't my problem to tell nobody nothing. But this could be how the gatekeeping starts, all right? So I might have been gatekeeping a little bit. But we don't want to do that. We want to make sure everybody knows what everybody knows. All right, so where is it at? So every time you do music on Facebook, now ain't it something that I can't find it because they don't want me to tell y'all asses, huh? Facebook will send you a notification that will say you have new, where is it at? Message, where is this shit at? Alright, let's see all. I don't know. I'm gonna have to wing it. Anyway, y'all can check it for yourself, because I'm sure if you ever do Facebook and oh, here we go, right here. It'll say you can do music on Facebook and you can go the right way, the right version, right? With Facebook. And it'll say your video has new updates to review. Your Reels earnings are being claimed by music right holders, right? And so then this is a video that I just did. All right. And so what it is you can actually go to the Facebook. Let me see if I can go to one, because these are all new ones. So I got to go to one that is old. New updates. Now, this is, just so y'all know I ain't lying, it says dispute accepted, right? See that? I don't got no reason to lie to nobody. You see that? That's YouTube. Y'all can see it says dispute accepted. You see this? It says dispute accepted, right? Y'all see that? Okay, let me tell you how. Okay, because I don't got no reason to lie to nobody. So I told y'all what it will say. See details. It says your dispute was accepted. Okay? See that? See that? Look, and Facebook cut it off. All right, so every time I do a video on Facebook and it has music on it, I literally go to the Facebook catalog and I use the Facebook catalog, right? And it will say you're allowed to use earnings. You can get money from using this video because it's a part of the Facebook catalog. What I noticed was every time I did it, just like these, all of these are brand new, so I'm gonna have to go and dispute them. All of them, every single one of them that's blue got a blue dot on it. I'm gonna have to go and dispute them, because mind you, it's all music that I use from Facebook, right? So it will send me a note and it'll say, right now, your video has new updates to review. Your Reels earnings are being claimed by the music holder. So what I'm going to go over here and do is I'm going to see the details, right? And so what it says is your Reels earnings are being claimed by the music rights manager holder, BMI, performing rights requested changes to your video because a large amount of their music was detected. The rights owners will now claim all of your earnings. This is what it says. So I ain't lying to y'all. I ain't got no reason to lie to y'all. See that? I ain't got no reason to lie to nobody. Now, anybody that is on Facebook, and mind you, Facebook is not reconnecting right now. They said, fuck this. You ain't telling nobody nothing. Like, I can take a picture, show you. Right there. Every time I put it up there, it keeps doing the same thing. Anyway, so it says that. So I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to go to... Now, you got two choices. You see that? It says you can resolve the dispute or you can accept the changes, right? Resolve the dispute or accept the changes. I always go to resolve the dispute, right? And so when I go to resolve the dispute, I'll go over here because you can now either submit the dispute or you could delete the video, because what they're trying to do is bully me. Right? Because they want to say that because I did the video, it's my video, and when I use the music, it said that I can do the thing and it could be a 50-50 split. I'm willing to split with you, but I'm not going to let you claim my whole video. So it says submit the dispute, right? So what I'm going to click on is or delete the video. And at first I had started because they pissed me off from the beginning and I had deleted the video. But then I decided to fuck them. I'm going to go through here because you told me I can use this. And they're supposed to actually go through and do whatever they need to do, copyright claim with the people that's done the third. But this is how a lot of people money is getting took. They're telling you can use it and then they come back with this shit, right? All right, so I go to submit a dispute because bitch, fuck you. And then I'm going to go here and hit continue. So when it goes here, it'll go through here. It'll tell you all this stuff, right? It'll do all of this. It'll do all of that. Whatever that is. So it'll say submit dispute. By choosing the option, you acknowledge that you own the rights to this content. You have the permission to use it. Most people don't realize because they'll say, I don't have the rights to that. Yes, the hell you do, because before I did the video, I asked Facebook to be able to utilize this video. But mind you, think about how many people that they do this to and they just accept the dispute. Mind you, they just claimed all your money for all the videos. And mind you, your videos, your reels get money, right? Anyway, so it'll say action was taken on your videos because it may contain someone else's content. You can use this form if you think this is a mistake. The rights owner will review your dispute and respond within 7 days. If your dispute is successful, we'll restore your videos to its previous state. I click open the form, right? So the thing is, and then it'll say submit this dispute. So submit this dispute, just so y'all know. And then it says original content. You can't click original content because it's not your original content. It also is licensed. It is your original content, but it is also their stuff, right? So licensed content. I have explicit permission or license form to use this. Public domain. You can click that one. I normally click other. So when I click other, then it'll tell me that'll tell you additional details. So at the additional details. So when I hit additional details, I got this nice little note that I saved over here that I went and told chat what they did, right? And chat will do all types of bullshit because chat is working for the man. Okay, so just so y'all know. Chat is a part of their crew. Anyway, so I got it to, let me see, where is it at? Where is it at? It's one thing that I keep just for this Facebook music dispute. See that? That's right in my chat. Facebook music dispute. I ain't gonna show y'all too closely because there's some other stuff in there, right? Anyway, but I'm gonna show y'all what the Facebook music dispute says. All right, so I'm gonna go in there. It says, this video uses music sourced directly from Facebook Sound Collection, which is explicitly licensed for the use on their platform. The claim is incorrect, and Facebook is responsible for ensuring their own licensed content is not flagged. Put the responsibility back on them because guess what? It's their shit. I requested that claim to be removed and the video fully restored immediately. Now, this is what I'm going to put right here. Copy. And I'm going to take it over here because they got me fucked up. See details. Go through the process. Everything. Resolve the issue. Submit dispute. Continue. Open the form. Put that. Put this right here. And I'm going to show y'all. Done. Click that. Submit the dispute, right? Now, mind you, I can show y'all how every single video, I kid you not, every video that I have done, and I do a lot of videos with music over there because I be doing, you know, dancing and all types of stuff over there. So all of these blue videos are videos that I got to do because these are all the ones for my birthday. Oh, sorry, y'all. I'm showing y'all on the wrong side. All the ones that I just did for my birthday. So each one of these I got to go through and look at. But all of these down here are always, your video has new monetization. There's a new video. Let's see. Your video has new updates to your Reels earnings being claimed by the person. So I got to do that one. Mind you, dispute accepted. Like every time I do it, the dispute gets accepted. Because I dispute every single one of them. But mind you, think about how many people don't. How many people don't know that, and all they do is just take the first thing that they say because, mind you, once you click the music over there, it tells you that you can use it, and you can receive money from it. It tells you that. Now, just think about how many people are on that platform. Mind you, if you read it from the beginning, you can see it. When you go to click on the music, it'll say you can split money with this person, and then every time, I kid you not, it's not been one time that they literally try this every time after the fact. And every time I disputed and every time I went. So I can almost guarantee you that if it's there and if it's designed the way that it needs to be, and maybe I might need to actually go look because I do want it. So that might be the thing. I've never went to go check, but my videos all of a sudden started seeing everybody talking about, oh, it's a trust, this, that, and third. And if it's a trust anywhere with my name on it, I want it. Like, I'm not going to sit here and act like, oh, you should be able to have that. No, because then if I die, you're going to be what? $100 million richer? No, nigga, I want it. Because I'm clearly past the threshold. I'm 50. It got to have some type of expiration date on it. So when does it expire? Does it say, like, until death? Like, what does it say? And then on top of that, just so y'all know, like I said, in other countries, if we are giving them money for their children, why would we not get it? We not getting free healthcare. We not getting none of the stuff that all these other people get. So why would we not get some of the, why? But then you're going to tell me that there's money somewhere. It don't make sense. She said, I don't think you can access that trust, to be honest. I'm not sure. I just don't I just don't fuck with it. That's what I'm saying. But there's people, you're saying that. But I'm telling you, there's people saying that they have done it. It's people telling people on the internet that they have done it. So either we going to act like we know that it's false information, or we going to make somebody put their money where their mouth is and show us. Because literally this one dude is literally, you know, his platform is huge, and he's saying that, you know, I don't know if he's saying he accessed it or if he's just telling people that it's there. So if he's just telling people that it's there, then that's one thing. Then he wouldn't be lying, because we do know that it's there. But if you're telling people that it's there and there's a way, or you actually accessed it, we're going to have to start calling people on their bullshit. Because the internet is so full of already, like, y'all got 9 million files that y'all talking about from these files of these people. Just imagine how the internet has undisclosed, unlimited amount of bullshit that's there. So we either gonna start having to call people on their bullshit, nigga, you're lying, and it's the reason why you're lying. Yes, it exists. We do know it exists. But the way these people are going about it, you seen Amy said, we wrote a letter to, and we said, like, a whole lot of smart stupidness. Like, they're telling people you can access it because of this. We're gonna have to debunk this. And then furthermore, I never see any white people telling us about this. I always see black people. There may be some white people there, I don't know. But for some reason, for me, it's always a thing where it's always some black person saying something that they ain't never done. I'm tired of seeing it. Like, can we learn to really, like, shut our asses up when, you know, we ain't done nothing? Yes, it exists, but I think you need to be a public servant to access it. Well, that's what I'm saying. We got to have some type of determining rules, figure, something around here. That's what I'm saying. Like, what does it take to do it? And if that's what it takes, then okay, let's start saying it. This is what it takes to do it. Because I literally just said, I just showed you where I know for a fact Facebook is doing that. It does it to me every time. And every time I fucking dispute it, every time I win. A lot of people are not doing that. Okay, political office, I think. Well, guess what? If that's the case and I got to be in a political office, guess what I'm going to do? I'm about to be in political office. Because if it's mine, I want it. And if you mean to tell me all it's going to take for me is to go sign my ass up to become a political something, that might be why Uncle Luke get ready to be a political affiliate. Because if that's the case, that's what I'm about to do. Like, I'm not above, I mean, because I would be a better candidate than some of these niggas that's there. But if that's what it takes, let's put the defining the definition of what it takes to be there. Like, what do you need to access this? Let's put a actual face of rolling on it. Because again, I'm tired of people talking to me about shit they ain't done. And if it takes me to be a political office, like, I mean, where you need me to sign up at? Because I want it. Like, I need to pay some bills around here. So if that's the case, where I gotta sign up at? And I already said the pen is mightier than the sword. So if that's all it's going to take for me to have to tell a person, you have to go in politics to be able to, like, I'm tired of people talking about stuff they don't do. Let's do it. Like, let's not think about it. Let's not say, oh, I think. Let's say, this how you do it. That's the shit that I subscribe to. I already told you, if we already know the problem, this the problem, everybody talking about it, ain't nobody done it, why? I need to know why. Like, I don't like the other part of this. It's weird to me. All right, awakening energy exists, yet forces of distraction encouraging unconscious living, rushing, numbing, and forgetting your purpose. Remaining awake requires intention. Excuse me. So what we got to do? Anyway, prayer for divine blessings. Divine source, remind me that what is meant for me already carries my name. Open my mouth to speak the truth, my heart, and receive blessings, and my spirit to recognize the power placed within me. Teach me to listen beyond words, to understand the language of energy present in my intentions. Let my body reflect peace, and my thoughts carry clarity, and my actions plant seeds of healing wherever I walk. Excavate what no longer serves me. Reveal what I am ready to know, and protect what is not yet time for me to see. Align me with wisdom, commitment, and remembrance. May my prayers transform me, and through that transformation, change the world around me. Amen. Because at the end of the day gonna end, and we have to be smarter, than the average bear. Okay? So teach me to listen beyond words. Y'all have y'all been hearing me all day long sitting here telling y'all, because I was listening. Even when the young people was doing whatever they was doing, I was listening. I was feeling energy. I was paying attention, because when we start moving too fast, we start missing things that the universe is trying to show us. We have to be mindful, to be still, to listen, even to things that are silent. Listen. So the deeper message is simple. It's about awakening. It is not about becoming something new. It is about remembering who you were before we forgot, before they started feeding us. And we have to remember, what are we being fed? Because food is like loosely translated. It could be knowledge, wisdom, because what I just say. These people are telling us stuff. Meanwhile, no substance behind what they're saying. They're just saying shit. And I don't like that. Because why are y'all filling the internet and the world full of bullshit? If it exists, like, this is the reason why we all having to scour through information right now. We have to make sure that this is, real, or this is real, or this person knows what the hell they talking about, or this person don't. And I keep saying, this is all above my pay grade. I'm new, but basically, stuff got to make sense to me. And if it don't make sense to me, then something is off. Like, and I don't like confusion. That's the call to prayer, just y'all know. Okay, so awakening is not about becoming something new. It's about remembering who you were before forgetting. Understand? Understand? Do we got it? So that's the message. Hopefully it helps. Thank you guys for being here, and I love y'all. But at this point, we're going to have to start calling people on their shit. Like, what are you actually bringing into this world? What are you, and I mean, that's everybody, people around us. Like, I don't want to ever just be sitting here telling y'all a bunch of, oh, I think this is the way. No. I need to know stuff. And if we don't know stuff, let's go look it up. Let's go figure it out. Because I need access. Shoot, ain't nobody got time. These people out here having balls, and they telling you to figure out how to work with a $3 meal. I don't like that. Because at any given time, like, I want to be able to eat what I want to eat, but I want it to be healthy. I don't want to have to go spend my money on food that I'm saying that I'm buying tuna and it's not tuna. Or I'm spending $32 on injected water when the meat is only 8 pounds. Like, it's enough trickery going on around here. Like, y'all not tired yet? Y'all not ready yet? The trickery is starting to be too much. And anybody and everybody can say that they are this. Meanwhile, prove it. What I say. If you are a healer, heal yourself. If you wisdom, let's be wise. Like, don't play in my face trying to blow smoke up my ass. I ain't got time for that. I got other stuff to do. And this ain't it. You and I want to make things better. You will be met with resistance because they don't want that light out on the world. I guess truly helping people make other people in life better, you become a target. Well, guess what? I'm not even going to say I'm going to be met with resistance. Any door that's meant to open, it's going to open easily because God wants me there and God wants me to do it. All I have to do is show up and be ready to accept it. So we have to be mindful of the way we speak to ourselves, because I'm not saying nothing is resisting me at all, period. Everything that is mine, I want it right here, right now. Let it flow this way, this direction. I'm not throwing blocks. I'm going to be mindful to the way I speak to myself is intentional, and everything is flowing effortlessly. So they may think that they're going to try to do whatever they're going to do, and God going to pluck them to the other side of the realm because you're not meant to be here. I got work to do. I got life to live. I got society to, be involved in. And so I don't know what they talking about, but like I said, we also have to be mindful that people speak from levels. And when that man was saying that, the world is good and this, that, and the third, and it's the most money that's being made and everything is energetic, like, he's not lying. They're stealing out of everything they can. This hand, that hand, feet, pockets, this, that, like they stealing everywhere. So in his life, this the richest he ever been because he got all full access to every fucking entity and society there is inside of the system. Mind you, like, we have to also be mindful, like, if we look at a person's track record, they bankrupt everything. So, like, we got to be honest about some stuff, and that's what I said. And so if we continue on sitting here and just, just watching and not figuring out how we can access, because people become like millionaires, billionaires at times like these, even in the process. So it's people that become broke, but you got to figure out where you're going to be in. And I don't want to be a person that's robbing and stealing and scamming. No, ma'am, no ham. I want to access what belongs to me, how it belongs to me. And so if there's a way for me to access it, and it's legally through this system, because we have to remember that this is the system. And so we have to use the system the way we have to use it. But also in the process, this system is fucked up. So we got to be mindful not to step our feet in places that, you know, we don't belong in, because we are going to be held accountable, because we don't want to put our feet in the pedophile. Hello? So there's that. Let's be accountable, but also let's be mindful. Like, if it's mine, I'm asking for it. I want it. And I don't feel embarrassed to be asking for it or wanting it. It belonged to me. Give it to me today. I also asked for Prince money. He ain't using it. Can I have that? So whoever's in control of the archives and the files, you have not because you asked not. He didn't have no heirs and this, that, and the third. I'm his heir. Okay, I'm saying it. So whoever's in charge of it, I want it. I've been asking for it for forever and a day. Now, how do I get it? And it's like everything else. They said you're proven guilty until you're proven innocent. So I'm his heir. I want it. And whoever's in control of it, make it so. Because, you know. But I love y'all. See y'all later.